Hello and welcome to one and all. You are viewing in the frame the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus, the Sports and Physical Education Center, the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground. It is a time for round 6 in the CWI Championship, the 4-day championship. The encounter today, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. As you can see, the CCC have won the toss and decided to bowl first. Let's have a look at what occurred at the toss a few moments ago. So after a couple weeks break, we are ready for round 6 in the CWI Championship, the 4-day championship. We are here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the UE Sports and Physical Education Center, St. Augustine. And we have today the combined campuses and colleges versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Alongside me for the toss, captain of CCC, Shamar Brooks, and the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Joshua De Silva. Match referee Stephen Proverbs will overlook the toss. Shamar, you have the coin. Tails is the call.
That side.
It's ahead. Shamar. Shamar, you have decided to bowl first. I heard that. What's the rationale behind it?
I guess this pitch normally gets better on the second and third day. So I guess we're just trying to get some earlier roads on this. Moisture, try to exploit the moisture that we have and see how it feels over the day.
Right, you have had a 2.5 week break. How does that affect your team coming into this ground?
I mean, my guys, they're not really experienced at this level, so I think the break is doing them very well. But yeah, we've put in some good work over the last 2 weeks and looking forward to the last 2 rounds.
Right, talking about your guys, well, any changes to the team since the last round?
Yeah, Primus comes back in, and we had a concussion with Richard, so it's just Primus in, Calvin is out, and yeah, that's basically the only change.
And how do you feel going into this round personally?
I feel good, I feel very good actually. And I've been struggling in terms of scores, but generally still feel very good at the crease, so looking forward to the game against some of my former teammates.
Go well, Shamar.
Thank you.
Josh? You know my first question. You lost the toss. Would it have made a difference?
Well, we had no choice. We've been put into bat, so.
What would you have done?
It was a toss-up. Probably I was hoping to lose the toss on this one.
Right.
So, yeah, we have to bat, so we're going to put our best foot in.
Right, like I just asked Shamar, 2.5 week break. Does it make a difference to your team?
Hopefully, yeah, that we got a little break time to reflect on your last game and come back stronger for this one. Yeah, hopefully we could show a better performance here. We're in Trinidad once again, so hopefully we could show a good performance.
We already know Jaden Seals is in England. What are the changes to the team?
We have Shannon Gabriel coming in for him, we have Terrence Hines coming in, and Jed Woolley coming in.
Right. What about your own form?
Not as consistent as I would like to be, so hoping to get some more runs under my belt and yeah, just build some confidence coming up in these last 2 games.
Go well, Josh.
Thank you.
So the news from the toss is that the combined campuses and colleges have won, and they'll take a bowl first. So as you heard again in the toss, the CCC, they have won the toss. They are bowling first. Jediah Blades from the northern end, yeah, the gymnasium end. Of course, our match officials today on field will be Lyndon Rajkumar and Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor here signaling to the scorers and getting us on the way. Our third official or fourth official is Kashif Sandy, our match referee, as you saw in the toss, Mr. Proverbs, Mr. Stephen Proverbs. Alongside me to call this one is an esteemed gentleman. Yeah, I usually give all these long introductions, and I just can't find the words for you this morning. Mr. Dial is alongside me. Is Dio Narayan. I don't know where I got the other name. Good morning, Mr. Dial.
A blessed morning to everyone. First of all, let me wish the community a Eid Mubarak to all the Muslim family. A lovely day for cricket here today. No surprisingly, CCC won the toss and they served Trinidad into bat. Lovely wicket, lovely outfield, and we look for intruding games today.
Yeah, it is indeed a lovely strip. It just seemed when I walked out there, just a tad bit of moisture. I mean, we haven't had any rain here in Trinidad for a while. Probably just some moisture from the covers and overnight dew or any other environmental stuff like that. So possibly the rationale behind Shamar Brooks bowling as well. And as you heard from the captains as well, both teams do have changes. For the Trinidad and Tobago team in particular, one notable change is the absence of Jaden Seals. And Jaden has been back to full fitness and has been bowling well in this tournament. Hasn't picked up a handful of wickets. He did have that one good game in round 2 where he took 3 wickets in one of the innings. But he's been back to full fitness and has been good to see. And now seeing him go off to England to finally take up his stint with his county team is refreshing.
Yes, after that surgery he did, I think the last 2 games he looked really good. So he got 4 wickets in his opening game in England. So Trinidad will miss him. We are brought in Shannon Gabriel for him.
Of course, the sights being set on after the World Cup. The West Indies test team will be visiting England for a 3 test match series. And Jaden has made it public that he's hoping that this stint will get him back into that team. And we're off and running.
Well, any game starting at 10 a.m., you definitely have a slight little moisture put into the covers coming off at what time. But the last game played here, a lot of runs scored. Close to, I think, at least about 1,100 something runs scored in the last game here.
Traditionally, a good batting surface, a good batting arena. You usually, as we can see here, and you'll see as you get the wide shots that the ground is dry, the outfield is dry, and it's well pruned, as we call it. So you should get value for your shots. Vikash Mohan and Keon Otley, the opening batters for Trinidad and Tobago. Otley, the one on strike.
I think what I observed this year in this tournament is that our batsmen, I think, laboring to score runs, while the other batsmen are scoring quickly. And I think Trinidad batsmen has to put something towards that, putting into balls to runs.
Yeah, and it is, I guess, the turn and the evolution of how Test match cricket is going as well. Many of the teams, the stronger teams around the world, they have players at the top and the middle who can score really quickly. Nice line and length here to start from Jediah Blades.
So the last game, Blades bowled well also from this same end. He got second and he got 2 or 3 wickets against the West Indies Academy.
And just to go through that CCC team for you, Damel Elvin, Kamal Puran, Shamar Brooks, the skipper, Demario Richards, Siddiq Henry, Yannick Otley, Romario Graves, Roshan Primus back into the team. Jediah Blades, who's bowling, is Zishan Matara and Amari Goodridge. I'm looking forward to seeing Matara. I've heard quite a lot about young Matara, and I believe he's taken some wickets as well in this tournament. I'll get the actual stat during the day.
The last game he got, he had to retire while batting. He came in as night watchman and made 57. He had to retire at 50 and then came back to bat.
A budding all-rounder, Zishan.
He has picked up some wickets in the tournament for them also.
Bajan born. The manager of this CCC team is Nadra Duarka Batiste. Of course, the coaching staff includes the likes of Patrick Collins and Floyd Reefer. There's so many Reefers that you get mixed up with all of them. Raymond, Floyd, Leslie.
I think Floyd Reefer has been doing an outstanding job for West Indies cricket for over the years after finishing his playing days.
So nice over here from Jediah Blades to start with a maiden on the first day here of this 4-day championship. No runs, no wickets just yet. And the Trinidad and Tobago team for you, Joshua Da Silva, the captain, Amir Jangu, Vikash Mohan, Keon Otley, Jason Mohammed, Terrence Hines, Jed Gully, Brian Charles, Anderson Phillip, Shannon Gabriel, and Carrie Pierre. Carrie is in fact playing. Carrie's another one that we're talking about wickets and who's taking wickets in the tournament. I saw Carrie up close and personal in St. Kitts, and he bowled well on some tricky surfaces.
Well, Yannick Carrier pulled out the last moment from Trinidad team, so we had to replace him with Navin Bidesi.
Yeah, that's a welcome sign to me. I just saw Navin in albeit a different format, in a T10 competition in Tobago over the Easter, and Navin looks the part.
Yeah, talented young player. I saw him last year also in New York playing some cricket, and he's one of the future players for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, he's still so young, and he reminds me. I was looking at him in that T10 competition as Amari Goodrich comes into the bowling attack from the southern end or the pavilion end. Vikash Mohan will get his first strike. He reminded me so much looking at him of a Kamil Puran. The way he stroked the ball and played the ball and timed the ball. He hit some mighty sixes in the Shaw Park facility, and it was not power. It was just sheer timing.
He's not a huge guy, a very slim guy, and just timing.
No ball, the first extra of this encounter.
The last game I saw Kamil Puran 88 was aggressive in here. Lovely shots all around the wicket, and so unfortunately, he didn't get a century, but it was a well-deserved inning.
Yeah, that T10 tournament I'm talking about in Tobago. This was season 2 over the Easter. Season 1 was back in November into December, and Kamil Puran came out as a top batter in that tournament, while people like Jed Gooley and Terrence Hines and some of the others were powering the ball. A nice lifting delivery here from Goodrich. While everybody else was powering the ball and hitting it to all parts, Kamil Puran was hitting it to all parts, but just sheer timing.
Talented little player. I like him. He's an aggressive batsman, and a no-nonsense batsman. He gets at it, and with cricketing shots.
Yeah, so Goodrich extracting a bit of extra bounce here from this service early on, and he himself, just like Blades, just finding that corridor and operating right in that corridor, off stump, just outside.
I'm a bit surprised Trinidad left out Navin Bidesi, coming into this game without a leg spinner. I think he was.
That's one of the things in West Indies cricket that we seem to just be lacking a bit of leg spin in and around the Caribbean in terms of quality leg spin. When you think of and again, this championship is all about that. It's all about prepping the players for that test match level. And all the teams around the world seem to have that world-class wicket-taking leg spinner.
He's at T20 level too.
Again, just outside that off stump, lifting a bit on Vikash Mohan.
Perfect delivery for a right-hander. I saw Goodrich very early in his spell here, striking some good pace and movement.
Yeah, and you mentioned even in T20 cricket, the number 1 T20 bowler for a while was Rashid Khan for quite some time.
If we go back a little bit, Samuel Badri.
Well, there you go.
Sunil Narayan was there at the time too, spinner.
A little bit over pitched, driven, and a half stopped in the covers. So the first runs off the bat for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
As you quite rightly said, all the teams around the world has a good leg spinner in their team at Test 50 over and T20 cricket. And I think, as you rightly said, West Indies struggling to produce one or two. Yannick Carrier was there for the last T20 tournament, but probably haven't seen him on the 50 over team again.
Yeah, one of the names that comes to mind. One of the other names that comes to mind is Hayden Walsh Jr. Playing a straight for Leewards. Of course, there are 3 other games presently underway. One at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain here in Trinidad. One in Jamaica, Sabina Park. And one at Coolidge in Antigua. So we'll keep you up to date as we go along. Again, another lifting delivery, and just as he did to the right-handed Mohan. He's just outside that off stump to the left-hander is Goodridge. Mohan and Otley, as would be expected in this format of the game, the longer format, the longest format, or the longer first-class format. Just being watchful to start.
Last year, the 50 over tournament, I thought Hayden Walsh is the best I've seen him bowl. Was last year tournament. He was pitching the ball, the googly was turning, and I think he has improved a lot after watching him in the last 50 over tournament last year.
So 2 overs in the bag, 2 without loss. Just a no ball and the run off the bat for Trinidad and Tobago. A nice view there of the back of Canada Hall. The illustrious Canada Hall here on St. Augustine campus with the dear laughs. I think you know some of the stories about Canada Hall here in the St. Augustine campus. Our cameraman gives me the look. I think he knows some of the stories. Good morning to all the chaps out there at Canada Hall. Probably tuned in to that Jamaica game. Presently ongoing. Mostly a lot of Jamaicans there in that hall. So blades will continue from the gymnasium end. And again, just on that off stump. Now, of course, this CCC team, the only winless team in this tournament. And they'll be looking to do a bit better here today. Of course, Diana Ryan and I are chatting about Hayden Walsh. His team, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they sit comfortably at the top of the table with 81.2 points. Vikash Mohan just finding the middle of the bat. Blades just continuing to pry outside that off stump. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes sit quite comfortably on 81.2 points. But the Windward Islands of Volcanoes are nipping at their heels. The Volcanoes actually have 71.6. And because of the bonus point structure, with the 2 rounds to go, this round and the final round next week, the Leeward Islands can be caught a little bit wider and cut away through extra cover. Won't get to the boundary. Not well timed by Mohan, but he'll pick himself up a couple of runs and get some momentum into his innings.
Both batsmen looking comfortable in this game so far. We are only in the 3rd over, but you know they both look comfortable, leaving the ball outside the off stump.
I think we've had such a heavy diet of white ball cricket. Sometimes we forget that we have 90 overs in a day by 4 days, 90 by 5 for a test match. So we've got some time. We've got some time.
The last game played here it went into the 4th day, you know, with both teams and huge scores.
Yeah, and I was just going through the points table there and mentioning the bonus points, and part of the rationale behind the bonus point structure is to get the teams scoring more runs, get the teams possibly batting longer to get more runs. You have the batting points, of course, and you have the bowling points, encouraging fast bowling in particular, although we're talking about the leg spin. And it's nice to see that we do have a wonderful cadre of fast bowlers around the Caribbean now. I mean, we talk about Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip here in Trinidad, but then you think about Akeem Jordan, Jediah Blades from some of the other islands.
Lane.
Yeah, Johan Lane.
He impressed me a lot.
Of course, we can't forget O'Shane Thomas. He is also back in the fold.
The last game here for CCC, Allen worked up some good pace. He got three wickets in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, so we have a nice cadre of fast bowling coming through. And the wonderful thing about it, yes, we're going to see Shannon Gabriel in this game. We haven't seen Kemar Roach much in this 4-day championship other than probably 1 round. But we know that Kima Roach and Shannon Gabriel are on the other side of the hill, as they call it. But to see the young ones coming up, it creates a good, healthy competition for those spots.
I think we have seen some fast bowlers coming through the range, but I think we need to have prepare a little better wickets for them in the Caribbean.
At the end of another over, just a 5 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force being inserted to bat by the combined campuses and colleges. And just watchful going here by Mohan and Otley. Otley still to get off the mark. Mohan already up to 4. And Goodrich and Blades now getting into their work, getting into some rhythm. And you mentioned that, and I was having a discussion with someone the other day, and I was saying, what happened, I remember as a young chap, what happened to the days where you knew that each territory you went to, you got a different surface? You came to Trinidad and Guyana, and you know it was spin, low and slow, as Goodrich continues from the southern end. And then you go to Kensington, and you know you'd get some pace. And then you go to Sabina, and you know you'll get some pace. And then you go to Antigua, well, the old Antigua Rec ground, and you know it would be even, something in it for everybody.
Well, I think the modern day time, people more preparing wickets for 50 over cricket for entertainment. And I watched the Jamaica game. I saw Shamal and Lewis. Off spinner turning the ball in Jamaica. He got 4 wickets. Kamara Lewis, our opening batsman.
I distinctly remember the Sabina Park pitch. I could stand over it and shave. I can comb my hair. The ladies could stand and they could put on their it had a sheen.
In Jamaica, they have the red clay dot there. It binds very quickly. Hard.
Just outside the stump, and that prying a line and length, bringing Mohan forward, and very close to that outside edge.
I must say Goodrich is impressive this morning. After I saw him in the last game, but he's very impressive here this morning. Just pitching on a good length and leaving the right-hander.
And he's doing well because he's bowling a bit against the breeze, because the breeze comes from just over Mohan's left shoulder.
I think that the showers on Trinidad have really made his outfield look lovely.
There again, there's an edge. And no mistake behind the stumps. Umpire Kumar raises his finger. And just as Dial was saying, that prying line and length. And drawing the batter forward.
Just moving outside the off stump. Vikash putting the right foot there, driving, leaving him. Very good catch by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, what he did on this occasion, he pitched this one just a tad fuller.
And a little wider, forcing him to play that shot.
Yeah. He was suckered in, was Vikash Mohan, to thinking, hey, I can drive this one through the covers.
Vikash Mohan is a talented batsman. He plays purely on timing, and he waits onto the ball under his eyes and plays it.
And with the fall of the Mohan wicket, there's a young gentleman walking to the middle who I highly rate, and I think many in Trinidad and Tobago rate him very highly, and possibly he's won a lot of fans around the region now with some of the scores he's had in this 4-day tournament in particular. Jed Gooley has made this number 3, the one-down position, his own in this Red Force team.
Yes, he is having a fantastic season this year. When players put out a lot, and this is their reward, and I think he's showing it here.
I want to go down on record as saying that Jed Gooley is the next one-down batter for the West Indies in Test match cricket. I'm going down on record saying it.
I will wish him well.
I mean,
nothing is impossible. I think, if you look at the Red Stripe and the 4-day tournament here, all you need is 2 good tournaments. Consistent.
And I spoke about this quite a bit in some of the earlier rounds. Down the leg side, just hasn't adjusted yet, Goodrich to the left-hander. But I spoke about this a bit while doing commentary in some of the earlier rounds. when I saw Jed in St. Kitts in particular, we have grown so accustomed to seeing Jed in the white ball game, powering the ball to all parts, wherever he plays, whether it's in St. Kitts, in Tobago, in Trinidad, wherever he goes. And one of the things that impressed me the most was Jed's mindset and his whole aura in this 4-day tournament.
I think we must give credit to him. Well, while he was on Trinidad team prior to this year, they had him 4, 5, 6. You know, he's stable at number 3 now, and you are seeing him. You know, you are seeing the mettle of him.
So the end of another over, a successful over for the combined campuses, and a successful over for Goodridge, picking up the wicket of Vikash Mohan in that one. Maiden wicket from Goodridge. So 5 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a slight bit of trouble early in this one, losing the early wicket.
I think Goodridge is putting on an excellent spell here. You know, it's good to see when a fast bowler picks up an early wicket in a match. When the skipper wins a toss and insert the opposition to bat, you know, this is what you look at.
Yeah, and with 3 slips and a gully, and you're getting that wicket caught behind, whether the keeper or the slips or the gully. It is a fast bowler's a test match, the red ball format. It's a dream.
A fantastic catch by the keeper.
Yeah, indeed. Because
passing first slip
yeah,
to take it.
Because when we look back at it, you'd realize that it probably would not have made it to the first slip. So he did well, the wicket keeper, to get across. So Blades will continue. And
beautiful ball again by
him.
Blades.
Yeah, he's going through him.
Well, this is what you spoke about earlier, and slight moisture on the wicket. It's very hot here. It may not last long.
Yeah, Demario Richards, the wicket keeper for.
But I would really like to see the CCC leg spinner bowl to the Matara.
Yeah, it's been mighty hot over the last couple of days, and you would expect probably by lunchtime the moisture is going to be gone.
I think before that, with this heat.
Yeah, probably in about the next 10-15 minutes. Yeah, it is mighty hot.
If you watch Blaze bowl, it's close something to see in Pedro Collins in him.
Indeed, Pedro Collins, one of the management team, one of the coaches here for the combined campuses and colleges. I saw him earlier this morning going through the paces with his fast bowling unit.
You know, he's as a coach, he has done so much tremendous work and success with him too.
Yeah, getting a little too straight, looking to tuck into the leg side. Otley still not off the mark, but of course Otley, nicknamed Corn, as all his teammates call him, he's going to get off the mark eventually, we hope.
You know, I was fortunate to be around him from under 17 and under 19 in Central Zoo, because my son Mark played with him too at that level too. And he, from that era there, from under 17 under 19, he was always, you saw the talent in him, very aggressive at under 19 level.
Yeah, albeit a different format. You mentioned the Super 50, and he was impressive as well in the Super 50. Knocked on the pad, but possibly
a little too high.
Also possibly going down the leg side.
Another player who played him was Yannick Otley. He was the captain of Central under 19 and 17.
Yeah, so they're going to be coming up just on the angle and then getting a bit of nip into the batter. A bit high, that extra bounce, and also sliding down the leg side. Yeah, so we're going to get to see both Otleys here today, or during the course of this game.
Just watch Otley, just playing outside the line of the ball.
And it's good from him though that he tends to be watchful. Yeah. Even in the 50 over format, we saw that back in November in the Super 50 tournament, that he was watchful, and then once he got himself set, he went on to get half centuries and the scores of 70 odd.
You know, the Trinidad game against Windward Islands, you know, if you watch Windward Island batsmen, although they were under pressure after the first inning, they were still scoring at a high rate in the game.
Blades again, just That off stump line, drawing Otley forward. Otley's faced 15 deliveries now. End of another over. 5 for 1. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The batter out of Vikash Mohan. Caught wicketkeeper Richards bowled. This gentleman, Amari Goodridge, who should be continuing his spell from the southern end.
Yes, a very impressive spell starting off this morning with him, Goodridge, picking up a wicket. All fast bowlers love that. And he is moving the ball away to the right hander. He has a left hander to deal with here now.
And he himself, but Gully is upped it and off the mark immediately, Jed Gully.
Played a nice backward point between the two fieldsmen.
He had just faced those couple of deliveries in the last over when the wicket fell. And
you know, CCC captain Shamara Brooks, you know, a bundle of talent. I saw Shamara Brooks at 19 years, made 177 at Gilbert Park against Prisal, Shannon Gabriel and them. And I made mention that this man is going to play for West Indies.
And he sets high standards for himself, because that was the last question I asked him at the toss. What about you? How do you feel? And he said, well, I'm not as consistent as I want to be. A little full here, and Gully drives it straight.
Lovely shot.
And will pick up a boundary.
Just coming forward and driving that ball straight back past the bowler. Lovely shot in cricket.
Yeah, as straight as you can get, and as you said, a lovely shot. The timing on that shot surprised me. I did not realize it went to the boundary. But again, the outfield is pruned and it's dry, so you're gonna get value for your shots.
The last game it was a little quicker because it was brown. We've seen a lot of green patches here now. With a couple of days we had some rain.
Going full, Goodridge. Gully just tucking into the leg side. Of course, a couple of slips and a gully awaiting that outside edge if Goodridge can pitch in the right area and angle it across Gully.
I think this game with Primus coming in strengthens the CC a little more, but as an all-rounder, bowling all-rounder.
We know the power he possesses with the bat. I think a lot of teams that Primus has played for, down the leg side again.
If Trinidad can remember some, I think 2 or 3 years ago in a 50 over tournament when the game was all right, written off, he made 105.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, I think a lot of teams that he plays for, whether franchise cricket or even his territorial team, sometimes I feel like they don't bowl him as much as he should be bowling, because I think he's a quality bowler.
Yeah, he is.
Possesses those variations, and he bowls what we term the heavy ball.
He could bowl a heavy ball when he ready. The last game between CCC.
No ball here. So a couple of no balls in this innings, and both coming from Amari Goodridge. Umpire Rajkumar signalling. And there's a second front foot no ball that Goodridge has bowled. Probably it is sometimes tough in this venue when you're running against the breeze. You just tend to stride a little more. So that could possibly be the reason for the no balls.
Or either looking for some little extra pace. The last game played here between CCC and the West Indies emerging players, you know, these are the crop of West Indies future. And the game was, the 4 days was intense cricket. It went right on, and it was the game played in a way that both team could have won the game at any time.
Yeah, I remember looking on at the scores. I don't remember where I was. I think, yeah, the last round, I was telling you, right, I was already in Tobago for that T10 tournament. And I remember looking at the scores, and some of the other games were near closing by the third day. And that game just seemed to be going on.
Yeah.
Seemed to just come off the glove there. But again, a bit of extra lift here. Surprising the batter.
Working up some pace in this over. Again, Goodridge.
Yeah, he's already bowled 3 overs and picked up that wicket.
Vikash Mohan.
So we've been talking about that extra lift and the little tad bit of moisture that you have in the surface. The cameraman had the opportunity to walk along the surface this morning.
You can see the dark spots on them in it. I think it could last for about 40-45 minutes with this heat.
All right, so we have about 15 minutes again.
Yeah.
But it is a good surface.
Lovely surface to bat on, eh?
Quite a bit of cracks, and that is something that we'll look at across the 4 days. If any of the cracks do open up, and as you said, we were talking about Matara. This one down the leg side as Blades continues. Keon Otley still to get
if my memory serves me, well, I think Matara has a 5-wicket haul in this.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He actually took 7 in that game when he took that 5 for. I think that was right here in this venue, if memory serves.
I'm not sure it was against Leeward Island, where Leeward Island came back and won the game on the last day.
Our statsman and producer Visham will check it up for us. Struck powerfully by Otley, but straight
to point
to Henry. Yeah, given a little bit extra width on this occasion, and Otley using the opportunity to free the arms a bit. Timing still not quite there.
Right there. When you're struggling like this and you see that your eyes lit up.
Yeah, light up they did. Possibly thought that he would get the ball.
Look, cricket is a scientific game now, so you have to, you have to be with the time now.
Overpitched, driven in the air, but it will run away down to the extra cover boundary.
And Otley gets off his mark.
In fact, it's skewed off the outside of the bat and it's gone down behind point. Yeah, down in front of the tent. Yeah, 7 for 108 in 1 innings versus the Scorpions, the Jamaica Scorpions in Sabina Park. So the talent is definitely around the Caribbean. And some of the batters that he got out were the likes of Chadwick Walton, Nkrumah Bonner, Jermaine Blackwood, the former West Indies vice captain. Yeah, so he's picked up a handful of wickets in the tournament, and as you mentioned, he came in one of the games and put down a score with the bat.
He came in that watchman in the last game. He made 50 odd, retired, and came back and got run out on 57 the last month out.
And you spoke about the scientific nature of the game, and that's the evolution of how the game has developed over the years. And as we go through this game, I would love to know, because you've played cricket for Trinidad and Tobago. You've also been part of the selection committee, so you've seen firsthand the evolution of the game. Punched and straight to that fielder.
You know, in the middle of the 90s, around 92, Trinidad played the Warwickshire touring team from England. Bob Woolmer was the coach of the Warwickshire team at the time. And since that time, he had mentioned that cricket will become scientific. A very knowledgeable man. He said when West Indies toured South Africa, when Brian Lara was out, caught backward point by John T. Rhodes on several occasions, they had planned that for him.
Yeah, so much of cricket is about planning and the matchups, and this is a good one here.
Lovely shot through the covers.
Overpitched and through the covers into the boundary now. Otley
just leaning on his front foot and hitting it, just pushing it. The fast outfield.
Yeah, it took some time to get off the mark, but once he's got off the mark, he is so elegant, is this young chap.
All opening batsmen love to get that ball off their bat.
Yeah, so a couple of boundaries to Otley, and he's gone on to 8. At the end of another over, the Red Force have progressed to 20 for 1.
In 7 overs. Yes, and that was in 1991-92, and Bob Olmer had the insight to see that already.
And as we're talking about the evolution of the game, as more and more we're seeing around the world where bowlers bat, and you mentioned Matara, essentially a bowler in the team, but he can bat.
Yeah.
And when you look at the Guyanese team, Kevin Sinclair, we know Kevin Sinclair as an off spinner.
Having an outstanding season this year.
And when he takes a wicket, he does his somersault. He did gymnastics when he was smaller, and he's scoring runs for fun.
He has 100 this year too.
Yeah, he does. As Goodridge will continue, Jed Gooley on strike, and after a couple of nice shots from Gooley to get him off the mark, he's watchful now. Murray Goodridge is 3 overs, just 9 runs and 1 wicket. He's bowled 1 maiden, that wicket maiden, when he got that wicket of Vikash Mohan. So quite a long way to go. We're only 7 overs into the day. Still some 83 overs, weather and light permitting. Bowled him. Jed Gooley misjudging one. Pitched on that off stump, and all the coaches tell you as a fast bowler, aim for the top of off stump. And some nice shape in here from Goodridge. And Jed Gooley's furniture disturbed.
Very unfortunate judgment on his part there, because the first ball came back to him. This one also came back, but leaving it alone, hitting the top of the off stump. Any fast bowler's dream.
So Goodridge on a bit of a tear here. 3 overs and 2 deliveries. Now has 2 wickets for just 9 runs. And just almost that perfect length in this format of or any format of the game, mind you. So the leading run scorer for the Red Force this season in Jed Gooley is going back to the pavilion, and it brings it to the middle. The elder statesman of this team, the old guy. I know he won't mind me saying that. Jason Mohammed, he's already notched up a century in this season of the 4-day championship as well. That rained out a game versus Guyana in the first round. He was 100 and not out when the rains came, and then the game had to be abandoned after irreparable damage to the outfield, too waterlogged for them to continue. He's played a couple of nifty innings throughout the tournament, has Jason Mohammed. I remember speaking with him after that century, and he told me that one of his goals this season was to get 200s in the tournament. He's already gotten 1. Will this round be the round where he gets that second 100? Time alone will tell. He has a Murray Goodridge in front of him. And there you see in the foreground the other Otley, Yannick Otley, fielding just probably at a 4th slip actually.
Yeah, Goodridge having a good opening session here, up against a veteran batsman of Trinidad and Tobago, Jason Mohammed. I think this is his 97th first-class game, if I'm correct.
Yeah, the old guy, the stalwart in the team. Yeah. I was just mentioning that after the century in the first round, I had a chance to chat with him when we were in St. Kitts, and he told me one of his goals this season was to get 200s.
I think 200 will carry him to the leading centuries for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, that century in that rained out game in round 1 carried him even
with Darren Ganga.
And Goodrich again.
This is an excellent spell of bowling from Goodrich here. I've seen a big difference from the last game to this one with him. And it could be the little moisture that you are spoken about.
Yeah, Goodrich really probing here.
And with a good little speed too. I think the bowler that is leaving the right hand batsman is giving all him some problem here. That's the same one Jet Gully left alone as a left-hander coming back into him.
And early in this spell, when he was bowling to the right-handed Vikash Mohan, you mentioned him leaving the right-hander. A couple of deliveries, he pitched down the leg side to both Otley and Gully.
See, they have brought in a fourth slip now and a cover point, move from backward square.
There's that shape again. And the CCC really probing here through their opening bowlers.
I think any skipper will be happy winning the toss and sending this. Any skipper will be happy that winning the toss and sending in the opposition to bat.
We were talking about that ball to get Jet Gully out. It's definitely worth another look.
Yes.
Perfect length.
Coming back to him.
Yeah. And you can see the seam presentation as well.
Bad judgment. Or error, sorry. A slight error by him there with the judgment.
Yeah, I think we've been pointing it out that there's a bit of extra bounce and probably Gully expected on that length that it would just lift and go over the stumps.
Or probably leave him instead. Yeah.
So 20 for 2 at the end of another over. Jace Mohammed just coming to the crease to replace Jet Gully. Keon Otley soldiers on. He's on 8. Mohammed still to get off strike. 2 wickets to Amari Goodrich this morning. Prized wickets, if we don't say so ourselves, in Vikash Mohan, who we know can wield the willow, and of course Jet Gully,
Number 3.
a one-down batter who's been probably the top batter.
Yeah, he's the leading run scorer for Trinidad Tobago. 305 runs started this game with. He's in the top 10 in the tournament. The only Trinidad batsman in the top 10.
Yeah, indeed, he is. And Romario Graves will be coming into the bowling lineup.
Surprisingly, I saw the top 6 bowlers, but Trinidad from 23 wickets up. No one is in it. I think Anderson Phillip has 22.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip has been the standout bowler to my estimation in this tournament for the Red Force.
He's our main wicket-taking bowler when he has the ball in his hand.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, and I noticed it in our North-South Classic before they picked the team, again, just like Jaden Seals, he's had a bit of his injury struggles, and I saw him running in really hard in the National Cricket Centre.
See a bowling change here. Justin Greaves from the northern end.
It's Romario Graves, in fact.
Romario Graves.
Yeah, so
Off spinner.
Yeah, spin introduced early in this one. Yeah, and I saw Anderson Phillip running in really hard, and it impressed me.
Must say he's a fit young man, eh? He strives on being fit.
Yeah,
Saw him at the age of 14 at the Exchange Cricket Ground playing together with some young fellas, and he was more outstanding from these other guys.
Just a little too straight here from Graves, allowing Otley to turn it around the corner. And an easy couple of runs. Well executed sweep shot.
A bit taken back here with this change to bring on Greaves as a spinner, and the Pacers been doing well.
Yeah, possibly. It's now outside of the 45 minutes that you spoke about. Well, it's now 45 minutes into the game, and possibly the moisture is gone, so they're looking for the open cracks.
But still keep on the Pacer though until the water break.
Yeah, the first hour, even with the bowling change, possibly we spoke about him. Roshan Primus probably because of the fact that there you go, there he is just outside of the frame, and possibly because, as we talked about, that heavy delivery that he can bowl. Again,
paddling it around this time over the leg slip area.
Yeah, the captain Brooks doing the fielding. Yeah, so just getting a bit too straight here is Greaves, and his length as well, just allowing Otley to get the front foot forward and turn it around.
If they had the intention of bringing a spinner, I think Yannick Otley was the man. He got 5 wickets for them last game and 2 in the second inning.
And then, of course, that old saying, familiarity breeds contempt. The familiarity and some contempt for his countrymen may produce the wickets. Of course, healthy contempt.
Yeah. Oh, unless he told the skipper, I don't want to bowl to my brother.
Well, I would not want to be at the Sunday table when this game is over in the Otley household.
Again, the sun coming out in all its glory here. Very hot.
And as you can see by the branches just in the foreground of the shot, and those trees, those coconut trees in the background, there's a bit of breeze. That is the eastern side of the ground, just to the south of the old scoreboard, the old electronic scoreboard. That's generally the vicinity of the breeze, the eastern side, the northeastern side, sometimes from the southeast. So even though the sun is hot, we're blessed with some breeze, so it's not feeling as sticky.
Tian Webster been injured out, and he was the Trinidad Tobago bowling all wrong that we had on the team.
So here's Goodridge continuing.
I think he got damaged in Tobago.
Yeah, he did. I was at that game, and you never want to see those type of things happen. You never want to see where fielders clash, and they were both running at a full tilt, and even though the call was made for the catch, again with the excitement of a finals and the noise in and around, the call wasn't heard, and both of them just eager to get the catch because they wanted their team to win. So you can't fault the effort, and these things do happen in any sport. It rocked on the pad. Umpire Kumar is unmoved.
Just going down like said a bit. In the first Dream 11 tournament in Trinidad, there was a similar incident with 2 guys, Mark and my son and another player, and he got a head concussion. He had to be out of cricket for at least a month.
Yes, that's the price we pay as athletes from time to time across any sport, not just cricket. There are those little mishaps, and unfortunately we can't predict them. Goodridge going fuller on this occasion, and
you constantly see this even at the international level too.
Of course, kudos must go out to many of the administrative bodies around the world in cricket, and even here, our Cricket West Indies administration body, taking necessary steps to try and alleviate instances like that, and then of course taking care of the players when these mishaps do happen.
Sure, right.
Over pitching down the leg side and tucked away into the leg side. So an easy run here for Mohammed to get off the mark.
I think it makes the players feel more comfortable when you take care of them if they get injured, and when these things do happen. You have to look after the players when these things happen.
And of course, you mentioned the absence of Tion Webster, and he being, as you said, the bowling all-rounder in the team, and he has a
century this year.
He has a couple of a few scores, in fact, over 50. One of them carrying it on to get to triple figures. He's been really consistent with the bat. And also has a handful of wickets to his name. Of course.
Easy, good is working up some fair amount of pace here. Getting the ball to leave the left-hander in this occasion. 3 slip on a gully for Keon Otley.
Yeah, Shamar Brooks persisting with the slips behind the wicket.
I think when your bowler is bowling this way, this kind of spell here, you have to fortify him with those 3 slips. Good Yorker. Well played by Kean Otley. Just coming on late on it. That brings the end to the over. And see, to me it looked like Blaze is coming back from the northern end. Don't know if he was off the field.
25 for 2, 10 overs gone in the inning so far. Just under the hour mark in this one.
So we see Blaze coming back from the northern end here. After 1 over for Graves.
So possibly Shamar Brooks was doing exactly what we were saying. He was probably searching to see if there was anything there just yet for the spinners. And that's also a possibility that he may have just come off the field without us noticing. And of course they do have some bowling in this team. We mentioned Roshan Primus.
Continue with 2 slip on a gully for Blaze.
Again, just honing in that off stump line. Length just drawing Mohammed forward. So we've spoken a bit about the nature of the evolution of the game and the scientific nature, how it's become very scientific and all about the matchups and the planning that goes into the game. What are some of the other things that you've noticed over time, and especially being in those administrative positions, whether for Trinidad Tobago Cricket Board or the regional club teams? What are some of the things that you've seen in that evolution?
I think the players a lot of the players have understand what it is, and they are working towards it. You know, now is to put it into place when you go into a game. Last year, the under 19 Trinidad team, you know, speaking to some of these under 19 guys while they was training, you know, you could see that some of them knew what they wanted and what they were working towards.
And that's always important, having that goal. I know a few of them, even a couple of them at the under 17 level, they want to play for West Indies. So their bigger goal is already in mind, even at that young age.
Yesterday now on a 19 game at Balmain Cricket Center, I saw a young guy, I think he played for Trinidad on 17 in the last tournament there. Christian Lal got 73. Good discipline batting.
Yeah, the word used by our producer is classy.
Yeah, but discipline in him, you know, all the shot on the ground.
Yeah, so even in the era of so much bish bash bosh and wallop type cricket,
You know, between cover and backward point and cover point. He had 7 fours yesterday.
Wow.
And I think I was talking to David Furlong. He got 57 in the previous game for East in the under 19 tournament.
Yeah, so for all the young ones out there, the young cricketers, performance. You train hard, you plan, as Mr. Dial has said, and then you execute on the field, and people will notice. They will notice. Of course, we live in the social media age. There's going to be somebody at one of these grounds with a phone, at least, filming you.
You know, the key to this, you know, when coaches or players watching on to other players, when you see a guy this year and next year or the 2 years from today, you see him, you have to see some improvement in him. Batting, bowling, you know, and this is where it needs to go.
And there is David Furlong and Riyad Emrit, Kadir, Sebastian.
Yesterday I saw a guy bowling fast for East, German, can't remember his last name. This guy fasting and generating some good pace yesterday. 10 overs he bowled and he was fasting.
We have a colleague here at 360 Productions that I was wondering the same thing. We're covering the 4-day championship in St. Kitts, and he's running on the beach, and this is in the middle of Ramadan. And I'm asking him, how are you doing that? And you know what he told me? It's a mindset. So Blades continues, and just a bit too straight and tucked around the corner.
Toppin, his name is Toppin, the young guy. Running and bowl quick. And it's only when he came off, the coach was telling me this man fasting.
Yeah, as our colleague told us, it's a mindset, I guess. Yeah, it's a mindset.
See Goodrich again generating some pace here.
So, of course, this is the CWI 4-day championship. 4 slips and a gully away, as General has said. Blades and Goodrich generating good pace. Just missing the run.
I think they feel
and there, before you make the point, there's the chap you were talking about, keeping a close watch on his fast bowlers. West Indies, former West Indies international Pedro Collins.
You know, any captain will be happy at this stage. The fielding team sending a team to bat 2 wickets, pick up 2 wickets already for 25.
And just about 3 to 4 minutes away from that first drinks interval at the end of the first hour. And a first hour that, as you said, belongs to the combined campuses and colleges.
I think he or not will be happy. He's still there. You know, any opening batsman look forward to the first hour of play being there still.
Goodrich again prying outside that off stump, drawing Mohammed forward, and the oohs and ahs from all the slip fielders and close-in fielders.
Good delivery again. 4 slip on a gully waiting, just waiting.
That one just seemed to skid off again.
A little more pace.
Yeah, generating the good pace. So there is something in this surface for the bowlers. And after an hour of sun, I don't think it's the moisture anymore. Another lifting delivery. And then Mohammed tucks it down the fine leg and picks himself up an easy single.
26 for 2. 27, sorry.
Slowly but surely, the Red Force are going up.
I think Jason Mohammed starting to look a little more comfortable. Getting just his eyes under the ball. Kane Otley there, still there, looking very comfortable since at the crease. He has been at the crease.
just that one just getting away from him and just giving an apology to his wicketkeeper, the fielders, and possibly the batter as well. Just losing that one. Also, just a bit of sweat in the hands and it slipped out.
I think most comment Goodrich for the spell this morning here. He used the wicket to his full advantage, picking up 2 wickets.
Yeah, just 11 runs, 1 ball short of 6 overs. He's put in human service and he has done exactly what his captain would have expected. And again, just a nice consistent line and length, bringing us to the end of another Goodrich over.
That's the drinks.
And that over brings us to the end of the first hour officially. So 12 overs in the hour. A bit of a slow over rate by the standards of international test cricket. But at the end of the first hour, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force being inserted to batter by the combined campuses and colleges are 27 for 2. Break. We'll be right back. So the first drinks interval in this encounter here from the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the University of the West Indies Sports and Physical Education Center. Umpire Chris Taylor just signaling the scorers. At the end of the first hour, the Red Force, being inserted the bat, have progressed to 27 for 2. The two batters out, Jet Guli and Vikash Mohan. At the crease, Jason Mohammed, Keon Otley, Jediah Blades and Amari Goodridge doing the business.
As you see Blades taking up from the northern end here after the water break. Two slips on a gully, cover point, extra cover, forward short leg. And Jason Mohammed drives this one through the covers. It will run into the boundary. It's a full boundary for Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, one of the few over-pitched deliveries from Blades. And Mohammed looking in good nick here. He's been in for some 18 deliveries. And making full use, getting that front foot forward. And again, value for your shots. Do you know what I mean? On this dry outfield.
Getting a nice half volley and just leaning into it. There's something distracting the umpire. There's a side screen to be moved.
Yeah, the jogging groundsmen, the jogging ground staff will be the ones there you see moving that sight screen. Takes all of 4 muscular groundsmen. Of course, we must give kudos to them because they've maintained this facility to a pristine level.
They have produced some good cricket wicket.
Yeah. And when this facility first opened, I remember being a student here at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. I got the chance to see the likes of it struck on the pad. That's a half of an appeal to be going down the leg side. I saw the likes of Jacques Callis and that South African team right here at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus.
Great all-rounder to pass through this world of cricket, Jack Alice.
I also saw one of the great wicketkeeper bats in overpitched again and it's punched back to him. Kamran Akmal. Kamran and Umar Akmal, the Akmal brothers. Saw them right here as well, live. So it is a facility. May not be as old as the Kensington Oval or Sabina Park or the Queen's Park Oval, but it is a ground that has its own history.
But there are a lot of improvement to it.
Edged over the head of that
Gully Fusman.
and it trickles away now into the boundary. So fraught with a bit of danger, that shot, playing away from his body. What they say, when you flash hard. And Mohammed will pick himself up. Another boundary, that's
Ball
2
running.
in the over.
Ball running very quickly into the boundary. Fast outfield.
And the way this field is built as well, it does have the umbrella effect. So generally, once it goes past that 30-yard circle, it's all downhill from there. Well, the turtle's back and an umbrella have the same shape. I've been corrected by our cameraman. He says it's turtle back effect. Now I'm going to go with his terminology for the rest of the game.
The Blaze hitting Jason on his pad. Ball trickling to backward square.
So Shamar Brooks persisting here, Janine, with his seam bowlers. No sign yet of Roshan Primus, the other seam bowler in the attack. We saw that one over from Graves. No sign yet of young Matara. Full and a punch straight to the fielder. The aforementioned Matara at mid-on. Bringing us to the end of another over. 35 for 2, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. No signs yet of Otley, the other Otley. Keon Otley is in the wicket. Yannick is in the field. And there's the Gooley family.
Yes, someone else coming in. I saw them now parking up.
And always lovely to see the support for the players. I remember being here, right here in UWI, for the Rising Stars Girls Under 19 Championship last year, and it was almost like an international game, because the support for all the young ladies, again, Trinidad and Tobago being the host country, the Trinidad and Tobago girls were at home. It allowed their family not to think about, hey, we got a bad plane ticket or anything like that, and they came out and they made a lot of noise. It felt like an international game. So it's always
just talk about Primus. He's on from the southern end, from the Sports and Physical Education Center end.
I think Shamar Brooks has an earpiece. You heard me talk about the big chap, Roshan Primus.
It might be your cricket knowledge too.
Why, thank you, Mr. Dial. My producer doesn't even compliment me like that. Good chap, our producer. Yes, Primus. And there's that heavy ball we spoke about. Just not getting the direction correct.
I think he's an aggressive fast bowler. He comes at you.
And does have a slight sling in the action as well, so it helps the shape, especially away from right-handers. We'll take a close look as well to see how soon he goes into his bag of variations, because looking through this CCC team, I think he's the one bowler that has multiple variations. In the red ball format, you don't see it as much. We'll see if he goes into that bag of tricks.
Again, forcing the batsman to come on his front foot there.
And there's a lot to like about Primus. Of course, that upper body strength. I think the ball hurries on to you a lot quicker than you think.
When he's batting, he hits it hard.
Yeah, he does. I saw him in the Brian Lara Academy. I can't remember. I think it was CPL. Yeah, he hit the ball all the way to the back of the mound. Again, down the leg side, just not getting his line right. The length is not that bad, but just not getting the line right.
Yeah, but his aggression, this is what any captain will like of your bowler. Be aggressive to the batsman.
Yeah, so after the better part of more than an hour from Goodridge and Blades.
With 1 over from Greaves.
And 1 over from the spinner. Yeah. We've now gone into the bowling lineup a little bit more. Roshan Primus from the southern end. Just a little bit fuller here.
Is Motara a French name?
We can ask him. He's fielding right in front of us.
Very unusual name. It sounds like a French name.
He's Bajan.
Bajan?
Yeah, he is Bajan. And just as I've said that, he's moved from in front of us to the other side of the field with the change in the batter from left hand to right hand.
I saw former umpire Peter Nero. I don't know if that's him on the top end, picking it with a camera.
Yeah, he is here as well. Mr. Nero is here. And he's doing a lot of the training that goes on for our match officials in and around the region. He was telling me this morning that he's using some new equipment, because usually when I see him, he usually brings his camera, because he films all the games And he uses that, as we were talking about the scientific nature of the cricket match. The officiating is the same thing.
Yeah.
So he uses the footage to go through different training sessions with the umpires.
You have to always be improving in your game, batting, bowling, fielding, and even umpiring too.
Yeah, and he saw me this morning climbing up to put one of our cameras, and he said, "Don't worry, I'm not coming to put my camera next to you. I have a new piece of technology." Where I'm there, no ball here from Primus. So that's the third no ball in the innings, and all three no balls coming from that southern end. So either they're striving for extra pace or the fact that they're running against the breeze. I don't know which one it is.
I'm more believe for the extra pace, so.
Yeah, so technical the game now. And years ago, you would not have thought that you can sit down and replay an LBW decision and you can actually see the ball passing the batter, going onto the stumps or missing the stumps.
Even at the higher level, you have reviews now, could challenge the umpire.
Yeah. And even now, you get the chance to see catches and whether they were taken, whether the ball took an edge or not. The technology picking up even just a whisker. Even if the thread of the seam has touched the bat, it picks it up. Cracked away, but straight to the field at backward point.
In my view of the reviews, and I would have liked not you don't put that onto the fielding or the captain. You put it, if the umpire is unsure, he should go upstairs.
There's something for consideration.
This is only my thought.
Something for consideration.
Yeah, if the umpire is unsure, he is the person to go upstairs. Not the captain or the players. The captain.
So another Blades over completed. 37 for 2. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Keon Otley has moved on to 13. And Jason Mohammed has moved on to 10. Blades has completed 6 overs for 19 runs. And even though he hasn't picked up a wicket, Blades has been steady for the most part. In fact, is Roshan Primus finishing his first over. Our graphics man just playing a little bit of games with me there. So the end of the Roshan Primus over, and Graves will return from the gymnasium end, this northern end.
Facing 36 ball this morning already. Any opening batsman will love to be having a ball hitting his bat, so that's a good sign from him.
Yeah, strike rate of just under 50, which is as you said, it's acceptable in the context of the format of the game and the fact that he is an opening batter. And I think he's read the conditions well, has Otley.
I think any opening batting is the most difficult thing in cricket. They are moving the side screen for Keon Otley because the ball is of a brand new ball. It does the most at the time, so the opening batsman has a lot. It's hard on them. And he has done well to get through that patch.
Yeah, even with Blades and Goodrich, we saw the ball seaming around off the surface.
Especially Goodrich.
And then the swing was also evident with some of the shape they were getting into the batters or away from the batters, right or left-handed.
Especially the jet goalie delivery, which he misjudged.
Yeah, it nipped off the seam as well as it had shape going back into him. Overpitched, lifted, over, extra cover by Keon Otley. And the lofted arms of Chris Taylor lets us know that it is 6 runs to Keon Otley.
Lovely shot for a left-hander. Inside out. Hitting it over cover in there for 6. Extra cover for 6.
Yeah, I think he's cleared not just the boundary but the fencing that you see around the ground here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field, and I think it's landed just in the car park to the right of us here.
So a huge 6.
Yeah, 6 on any ground. You were just talking about one of your trips to India, and I think this would have been a 6 on any ground in India as well. It'd probably be a 6 on the Waka, one of the bigger grounds in the world.
And hitting it through extra cover in the air. Very difficult shot.
Yeah, the inside out.
So inside out shot for a left-hander.
Well, they look so elegant when they do it. So some instructions coming from umpire Taylor, just letting Primus know exactly where the ball went.
Taylor, he renting somewhere around here or what?
Yeah, that's good on the umpire though. He saw exactly where the ball went and where it bounced. I hope it didn't fall into the drainage system around the car park though. Yeah, our cameraman Kevin has gone to lend some assistance. So the hold up in play, just that it's gone into the hedge. So yeah, it's rolled away to the right hand side of where we're perched. There is a washroom facility and a hedge behind the washroom facility, and the ball has gone all the way. That's easily. And I don't know how this is possible. That's our cameraman, and the camera has picked him up. So our cameraman Kevin, Roshan Primus, and another gentleman are looking furiously for the ball. In the meantime, umpire Sandy has made his way out onto the field, the fourth official. So possibly just in the interest of a time in the game, because yes, it may be a 4-day game, but time we can't spend an hour looking for the ball.
But there's a certain amount of overs to bowl for the day.
Exactly. Still 75 and 4. 75 overs, 4 deliveries to get the full quota of 90 in the day.
But I think with this, whether we should able.
It does allow, however, the opportunity for it does allow, even with the break in play though, as the ground staff gets into the fray looking for the ball, but umpire Sandy out there just outside of the shot with the bag of balls. It does allow the players just to take a bit of a breather in this heat. Yeah, possibly as well from a fielding perspective, just to go over those plans that we've spoken about. And then from a batting perspective, just an opportunity for Otley and Mohammed just to
think over what they're.
So Roshan Primus
changing the ball.
A futile attempt at finding that delivery.
Replacing the lost ball.
You get a chance to see it. This is the reason that we have a lost ball. Keon Otley, inside out, over extra cover, and clearing that fencing.
43 for 2, win the 15th over. Otley on 19, Jason Mohammed on 10.
Shamar Brooks there at first slip, just ushering his fielders into the positions he wants them. And I'm really eager to see how Shamar goes when he bats later on in the game. You mentioned him earlier, and 100 that he made in a club game when he was a bit younger. And he's one who's mightily impressed me over the period of time he's been in regional cricket and all the cricket we've seen him. I remember that was it a 90 odd he scored in a one-day international for West Indies.
Very good.
Recently.
Good batsman. Bats with pure timing, soft hands.
No,
very elegant.
Now make no mistake, I love the batters like a David Warner and a Chris Gayle who can hit it from here all the way to the moon. But there is just something about those elegant players in the vein of Brian Charles Lara, where they're so easy on the eye.
And Shamara Brooks started off for Barbados on the 19 as a leg spin bowler. He was picked in the first under 19 tournament for Barbados as a leg spinner.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how he goes. I'm also excited to see how he goes here as the captain of the team, in terms of, we've spoken a lot over the first hour about the tactics and scientific nature of the game. I want to see how he goes with his tactics. His bowling changes have been good so far.
Well, I think his job is really to guide these players and groom them. Because last game I was I thought with Matara got injured, he was the only leg spinner I had on the team and he didn't bowl her over. So as Ruskin Mark had hinted in the commentary, his job is really to guide these guys and them along the proper way and, into it.
Yeah. So the end of another over. The first 15 overs in the innings now completed. 43 for 2. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force being invited to bat first by the combined campuses and colleges. And, Keon Otley Soldiers on a 19, Mohammed on a 10. Jed Guli and Vikash Mohan, the batters out, 6 and 5 respectively. The two wickets to fall going to the name Amari Goodridge.
Good spell from Goodridge this morning. Any captain will be happy with that. Trinidad goes into this.
Primus returns. And there again, that heavy ball from Primus.
Coming back into Jason Mohammed. I think Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to go into lunch with this. It's a loss of only 2 wickets. They will be in a good position at that point if no further wicket is lost.
This Trinidad and Tobago team does bat quite deep with the likes of Carrie Pear in the team. Possibly the only two who don't necessarily bat, Anderson Phillip and Shannon Gabriel, but Anderson Phillip can hold his own with the bat.
He got a 20-something, I think, against Barbados. And the last game was 24.
Yeah, he does. I was reminded. This one slashed away and is going to run away to the third boundary. Up and over the slips. And the signal by umpire Rajkumar tells us 4 runs. Keon Otley going hard. And
again, you see the aggression from Primus coming at him.
Yeah, I was reminded when Anderson Phillip came to bat in one of the earlier rounds that he does have a first-class half-century. He scored some half-centuries and so on. As you see the man Kirby, our resident photographer. He does wield the willow, does Anderson Phillip. But I fully agree. They wouldn't want to lose another wicket
shot
so
again.
early.
Back pass Primus for 4 from Keon Otley. It's coming on his front foot and he did it hard pass Primus.
Yeah, that boundary bringing up the 50 for the Red Force. And as I said, I agree with you. They don't want to lose another wicket, but they also want to continue doing this, getting the score moving. And this is a good partnership. 32 from just 50 deliveries between Otley and Mohammed.
Yeah, very good.
So that's a good strike rate from the partnership perspective, ensuring that the first order of business has happened. They've gotten to 50. Now they set their sights on 100 and 150, and then of course past 200 and start looking at those batting bonus points when you get to 250 and beyond. Again, driven obviously, but in a gap, and he'll pick up a couple of runs. Just 1 run in the end for Otley.
Otley looking to get aggressive and get at Primus.
Yeah, and this Roshan Primus over has gone for 10. So the scoring rate has just gone up a tad in the last few overs for the Red Force. Of course, that last over going for 6 via that inside-out shot from Otley. Now here with a couple of boundaries in this over. So Otley himself carrying his strike rate up over 50 and now increasing his tempo.
Again, Primus on target there.
So after going for a couple of boundaries in the over, just a couple of deliveries, 1 delivery in fact to go, he'll want to finish the over well, will Primus.
This will happen with him because he's an aggressive bowler. And once you're an aggressive bowler, good batsman going to come at you.
And sometimes it doesn't take much, as we saw that uppercut shot from Otley that just flew off the bat, the top edge of the bat, and over the slips. Jason Mohammed looking to drive. In fact, he opens the face of the bat and guides it past the backward point fielder. And in that gap between the slips and the backward point fielder for 4 runs. So Primus expensive in this over.
Greaves misfeeling, true Greaves.
So at the end of the over, 57 for 2. Jason Mohammed, that's a lovely shot though from Jason Mohammed. Just pushing forward and opening the face of the bat. Yeah, just it flew. Again, that's a little bit of the evidence of the pace that that's the evidence of the pace that Roshan Primus has, because it flew past Shema Brooks in the gully. In fact, Joshua De Silva's folks sitting down by the old electronic scoreboard as Greaves continues from the northern gymnasium end. I think we're going to see Matara bowl probably about 15-20 minutes before lunch. This one driven in the air again. There's no one back there.
Get inside out shot.
Another boundary to Keon Otley.
Coming on his front foot and just hitting it over cover. Inside out.
And young Matara, who's fielding down at a long off, is having a laugh. I think he's already planned in his mind how he would bowl to Keon Otley.
I would love to see him bowl. Come on on the ball.
There he is, fielding right in front of us. We positioned just behind long off, just to the west of the gymnasium in the car park. Otley back and punching. And
Quicker delivery.
Will only make it to Primus in mid-on. And this so sometimes this happens with spinners. You get hit and then you push your pace up more. I'm one that I tend to go the opposite direction. I want you to slow it down more, because again, the scientific nature. You know that the slower you bowl with a little bit more flight, you give it a chance to spin.
I think right now the first over and a half, I mightn't get much spin here from this wicket.
This one's short, and I think that's a drop catch. I think that's come off the under edge of Otley's bat. Of course, we are fortunate to look at it again. Oh, yes, it did take the under edge of the bat. So a drop catch, a chance going down. Otley given a life on 32. How much will that cost the CCC? Looking to sweep. Did he make any connection? We'll wait on the umpire. But it's running down to fine leg. And the umpire's signal is that it runs. So it did come off the bat or the glove.
Bring the end of the over. 63 for 2. Keon Otley on 34 from 51 and Jason Mohammed on 15 from 29. And fall of 2 wickets for the morning. Jet Gully and Vikash Mohan both going in the first hour.
And just as the breeze picks up and the Trinidad and Tobago flag begins to fly with a bit of vigor, so too the innings of Keon Otley and Jason Mohammed, and the Red Force innings. Of course, losing that second wicket of Jed Gully with the score still below 50. So they've put on, the score is actually below 30 at the time. They were 25 for 2 actually. So a good partnership here from Otley and Mohammed, borderlining on just about a 50-run partnership between them. and at a good click. And sometimes we look at the individual scores of batters, but sometimes it's not necessarily their individual scores as much as it's the partnership.
See, Rochelle Primus coming from the southern end, Sports and Physical Education Center end.
Foolish and
That's a
driven.
beautiful shot by Jason Mohammed. Just leaning on the extra cover.
Well, we thought the inside-out shot was lovely. Jason Mohammed just played the shot of the morning, I think.
Yeah, that's the shot for the morning.
We're talking about partnership batting. Was there anyone you enjoyed batting with through your playing days? Who you enjoyed batting with most?
David Mohammed. He reads the game very good. And then I had my open partner, Joel Bristol.
Better delivery here from Primus. Better length on this occasion. Just a tad too wide. There's the other Utley. And funny, I haven't seen him walk anywhere close to his brother and probably whisper a word or two in his ear. I know a couple of brothers who play the game that he would be in his brother's ear by now.
He's a very quiet young man. I can tell you that about him. Yannick Utley.
Keon tends to have that similar disposition, though. I've seen him around the Queen's Park Oval facility. As this one again driven gloriously by Jason Mohammed.
And that will run into the boundary.
We thought the first one was good. This one is equally as good, probably even better. Jason Mohammed looks in a great nick here. 23 already from just 32 deliveries and a plethora of boundaries. That one bringing up the 50-run partnership between these two. 51 from just 62 deliveries. So the scoring has gone up. Possibly signs that, as we spoke about at the beginning.
The wicket has been started to flatten out a bit. Very flat now.
Yeah, so it took a little longer than the 45 minutes you spoke about. It took the hour. It took the better part of the hour.
71 for 2.
To full.
Well,
this one is carved. And Shamar Brooks is giving him that gap because there is a gap between that point fielder and the extra cover fielder. And Jason Mohammed is just placing it either between those fielders or over their heads.
Another beautiful shot from him.
Yeah, so now
I think Primus just over pitching a bit too much in those deliveries.
Yeah, he's searching. He's gone searching a bit here, has Primus. His first couple overs, his first over was good and steady. His second over, when he was hit for that first boundary in his second over, he just seemed to go searching a bit. And he bowled that no ball, striving for extra pace. He's overpitched a number of deliveries. He's straight down the leg side. This is where captaincy comes in. Cut away, and it's going to be 4 more, definitely, through the backward point gap.
That's 4 fours in this over.
Yeah, well executed.
I haven't seen Shamar Brooks 45 that field deep cover.
Well executed by Jason Mohammed. Yeah, so the fortification of the field now coming in the backward point fielder, almost a wide third man.
Going to cover, deep cover. Almost still remaining deep point.
Yeah, just a deep point. Yeah, he was just about a third man at a point in time, and he walked all the way about 45 degrees more, a little bit squarer. And just as he's placed the cover on the offside, Primus strays down the leg side. So this is where I was making the point that I think this is where captaincy comes in. And Shamar Brooks has all that experience. He should be next to his bowler and just slow him down a bit because he's searching his Primus.
Primus is an experienced cricketer also too. He has played a lot of cricket already.
But sometimes, you know, experience only goes that far. Sometimes you still need someone just to put their arm around you and calm you down. There's the skipper. A penny for your thoughts, Shamar Brooks.
think that brings the end of another over from Primus.
Yeah, so the end of this over, quite
79 for 2.
very expensive over from Primus. And there's that CCC dugout. Nadra Batiste on the left of your screen, on the manager. Pedro Collins. This was this morning earlier in the day. Some discussions between Big Roofer and Shamar Brooks. This was just after the toss. They were discussing some of the tactics.
Ian. Okay,
This
okay.
is Riyad Emirates going through the bowling pieces.
I was
with,
supposed to be here next week, but last night
Carrie
he tell me
Pierre
when you
and
was.
Brian Charles and Terence Hines.
What's he on doing, mate?
Seeing Greece picking it up again from the northern end. $80 for 2 in 18 overs. Jason Mohammed 27 from 34. Kieran coming forward, bat and pad. There's a deep cover now for him. It's straight to the deep cover now. That's carried the score to 81 for 2. Jason Mohammed on 27. Kian Otley on 35.
No, with Jason Mohammed here at the wicket. Spin traditionally has given him a bit of problems over his career. Is the one, if you call it a flaw in his batting game, and it's also not just any type of spin, but leg spin. So maybe something for Shamar Brooks to think about. We talk about that scientific nature and the matchups. Possibly Motara might be the one to take a bowl here at Jason Mohammed rather than Graves. But of course, I'm not on the field.
Jason Mohammed just hitting a short extra cover. Gets picking up an easy single.
Sweeping is Otley. He's picked the gap through mid-wicket. And Otley picks up another boundary. He's looking more and more comfortable here. Is Keon Otley, the man who called corn by his teammates.
And the scoring rate keep picking up. Trinidad Tobago Red Force is picking up the scoring rate now.
Oh, what I liked about that shot, he played it in front of square. In fact, he played behind square. So he played it late.
86 for 2.
There's that sweeper on the offside coming into play again.
Cannot leading this one all along the ground to deep cover. Long off.
Yeah, that's Siddiqui Henry out
Log
there.
on, sorry, for Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, he's going to go behind square. So he's going to go almost a long leg position.
See the umpire just checking the ball.
Back and just guiding into the leg side.
Again, the wicket starts to look, start to get a little nice and flat. Easy for batting.
Are these ominous signs for CCC that they haven't picked up that third and fourth wicket just yet? Keon Otley has progressed to 40. Jason Mohammed to 28. And the score to 87 for 2.
I think we should see either Motaro or Otley onto the ball now. Any one of them.
Well, it won't be Motara because he's going out onto the... He remains on the boundary. And it looks like he's going to
With Otley.
the fine leg position.
Yes, Otley is coming on from the Sports and Physical Education Center in. Got 5 wickets in the last game here, first inning.
And would you guess who the batter is on strike? I'll give you one guess.
Another Otley.
Yeah, so this is going to be mighty interesting here. Otley to Otley. Big brother to little brother. And I think,
See, Yannick first delivery dead on target.
yeah, I was just about to say, I think first strike to the bigger Otley. Looking to sweep, struck on the pad, loud appeal. Now our vision is just a bit skewed here by Jason Mohammed, but I think possibly just the angle carrying it down the leg side.
You know, Yannick Otley is one of the few left-arm orthodox bowlers. I think reminds me of Rafi Juman. He has a correct delivery action.
That's big. That's a big comparison.
Not a Juman, but the action is almost identical. You know, for a left-arm orthodox, he has it. He has it correct.
Yeah, I'm one of those who was never fortunate to see players like Jumadine in their prime.
I batted him in his not in his prime, but he was headache.
Still a handful. You know, of course, they say form is temporary and class is permanent. So once you have it, you have it. And right now, Yannick Otley is getting the better of Keon Otley. Keon being very watchful, just playing out 3-dot balls.
Yannick is a talented little cricketer, young cricketer.
4-dot balls, in fact. And surviving the leg before decision as well. And
Last year he was a club cricketer of the year in Trinidad and Tobago.
So, as quickly as he's come in, as quickly as he's finished his over, Yannick Otley, maiden to start with, to his brother Keon. And the crowds continue to come in here at the UE Sports and Physical Education Center. And possibly tomorrow, of course today, as you mentioned earlier in the day, and Eid Mubarak to all our Islamic brothers and sisters and around the world. And being a holiday, there's no one much on campus, but tomorrow all the students will be back out to class, and we may get a bigger crowd tomorrow. If not just for curiosity. Sometimes the students are not much into cricket, but they come across just curiosity. You know, what's going on across there? You know, and then their friends are into it.
I don't know if Matara is still injured with that hand, but the last game when he retired, he was struck several times on his right forehand.
Yeah, well, he's again fielding at long on just in front of us. So we're going to ask our cameraman to just whisper to him and ask him if he's okay. Just about 10 minutes, 15 minutes before that lunch interval. In fact, 12 minutes by my watch. Forward is Mohammed, and I think in the back of the mind of Mohammed, he knows that lunch is around the corner, and possibly just playing cautiously into the lunch interval. Of course, they have done well, have Otley and Mohammed, scoring in excess of 50 runs together. Roshan Primus coming in for most of that battering by these batters. A little bit more flight from Greaves on this occasion, but Mohammed up to the challenge. Yeah, it definitely is around the corner, is the lunch interval, as the media lunches have just arrived. Thank you to all the hard-working staff members at Cricket West Indies. And they always take care of us, the hard-working staff at Cricket West Indies.
That completes the over from Graves. Scores 88 for 2.
Yeah, so Vikash Mohan 4 and Jed Guli 6. The two batters dismissed this morning, both to the bowling of Amari Goodridge. And will we see Matara with the lunch interval coming up?
Otley coming up, picking it up again from the Sports and Physical Education Center end. There's Yannick Otley making some changes to his field. Once a backward square for Jason Mohammed.
So we mentioned that spin has given Mohammed a bit of challenge over his long illustrious career, and with the ball spinning away from him, Shamar Brooks himself is standing at first slip. He's employed also a forward short leg. Mohammed forward and astute in defense, possibly just playing to lunch.
Otley keeping that link to both batsmen. Jason Mohammed just coming on his front foot and just pushing it right back to Otley.
Is this something that you agree with? Playing to an interval rather than continuing that momentum that you have in scoring. This one he's back and cutting behind point. Is running down to the third boundary. Matara will pick up now, and it'll be a couple of runs here to Jason Mohammed. They've gotten momentum. The Roshan Prime was over, the Graves over, and a couple of overs consecutively. They've been able to score at a rapid pace, and then they just throttle back, looking towards lunch. Is that something you agree with?
But I think all batsmen look forward to this thing. After you get on with it, and the interval is close by, they bat for that. Want to come back after lunch and carry on. It's a 4-day game, as you rightly said earlier on, so the batsman will adapt to it.
My question comes again because you think about how the world game is going, and the top 3 teams in the world in particular, they all are so aggressive. And sometimes they play aggressive all the way down to an interval.
Well, some of the top tier team is very fortunate to have good batters right down there. In the past when Steve was captain of Australia, they never use a night watchman, because he said if they use a night watchman, Gilchrist will have to end up batting 8, and that was one of the premier batsmen.
Yeah, possibly the best wicketkeeper batter the game has ever seen. Of course, he evolved and revolutionized the game, especially batting at the top. In the white ball format, when we were accustomed to seeing Gilchrist, as you said, in the middle order in test matches, and then he went up at the top of the order with Matthew Eden, and just seemed to score runs for fun.
That 100 in Barbados against Sri Lanka in the final was one of the better 100s you've seen in white ball cricket.
Of course, that's not to take away from the likes of people like Kumar Sangakkara or Jeff Dujon and
Sanajaya Surya.
Yeah.
I saw 2 days ago. I saw him walking with his son in the net. Sanajaya Surya, son batting left hand too.
Of course, in the vein of wicketkeeper batters, that there have been many of them. Graves floats this one up. Of course, this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team have the benefit of having 2 wicketkeeper batters in the lineup today. The captain, Joshua De Silva.
And Amir
Django floated low full toss, so will go down to Blades at long on.
Last game against Barbados, Django batted excellent in the first inning with 93 not out.
I think he only has one gear. He just goes. He doesn't. He plays the ball on merit a lot, but he doesn't. He just plays.
He's a very confident young fella. Every opportunity he gets, he performs.
that's a headache that I don't want. I always say that. I've said that to the chairman of selectors. That headache you have, I don't want it. Punched off the back foot is going down to the boundary, but will be cut off by the sweeper. When you have like players, you have an Amir Django and you have a Joshua De Silva, for example. How do you pick between them if you're looking at them as wicketkeeper batters?
I think Django could being on Django could make Trinidad team as a batsman. He has done well for Trinidad over the years. He done well for Leeward Islands when he played a couple of seasons with Leeward Islands.
Mohammed continues to be watchful and defensive as the team 100 beckons as well as the lunch interval beckons. Yeah, that's not the takeaway from Django's prowess behind the sticks as well. And of course, we spoke about the fast bowling stock in the West Indies now. And now that you have the emergence of Shamar Joseph, we know of the caliber of Alzari Joseph. We see O'Shane Thomas coming back into his own. Jaden Seals is fit. You have the young ones like Blades and Goodridge and
Jeremiah Louis.
And Louis, Jeremiah Louis. How could I forget Jeremiah Louis, who's taking a crocus bag full of wickets in this tournament at the end of another over, 93 for 2. And it's a headache I don't want. We sit as fans of the game or West Indians, and we always criticize the selectors and why they picked this one and they didn't pick that one. But I guarantee you that 99% of the population can't do that job because it's a headache you don't want.
I think, anybody gets in there will have that problem because you have to judge players. And I think one of the key to being a selector or these things, you must be able to judge players. Then you'll be able to, put...
Yeah, who would have thought Shamar Joseph or Jaden Seals with limited first-class experience would turn out how they are?
I think this could be the last over for lunch. I would love to see Shamara book through the ball for Mutara to bowl this last over for lunch.
With the spinners in operation, after this Otley over, we may be able to squeeze in one with 3 minutes to the interval. And so far, I think Yannick has gotten the upper hand on Keon. I think the time of the game in terms of being just before lunch has lent itself to being in the favor of Yannick. He struck him on the pad, has he? Just seemed to be a little bit unsure there was Keon Otley as to whether he wanted to flick or turn it around the corner.
This is what gives you the headache when it's close to lunch.
Yeah, because he wants to be aggressive, he wants to score, and then of course it's his brother. So he wants to score off his brother. But he's progressed nicely as Keon Otley to 42 from 67 deliveries. And he spent the better part an hour and 57 minutes at the crease.
I think Trinidad has done well to come back at 94 for 2 at the lunch.
Sweeping behind square, run down to fine leg, and
into the boundary.
Will get 4 runs. Will Jason Mohammed, very fine sweep shot there. Matara was almost at long leg rather than fine leg, and had some. Almost 50 meters to get to that ball. There was no way he was going to get there.
As the first ball you see from Yannick, just strain a bit down, just slightly on the leg stump, and Jason just paddling it around.
Mario Richards there behind the sticks. And
that goes on to 98 for 2.
Yeah, better delivery there from Otley. Right on target, wicket to wicket.
This is his nature of bowling. He just pegs at you right there.
Yeah, now Mohammed is someone who probably knows him a bit. Is very watchful and he's good watching him. Matara won't get the ball. He's still patrolling the boundary. He's going from fine leg to square leg.
So we will get another over before lunch.
Yeah, so it's going to be Graves though from the gymnasium end. Yannick Otley bowling from that southern end where the pavilion sits. Jason Mohammed with that rag. It tells you that even with the breeze blowing, it is a very hot day here in Trinidad and Tobago. 1 minute before the hour of 12 o'clock, giving us the opportunity for this final over before lunch, we suspect. A bit short from Graves, is punched off the back foot behind point and
runs
into the boundary.
Just waiting on it, and the last moment hitting it, backward point. And that brings up the Red Force 100.
And it inches Otley closer to his milestone of another first class 50.
Otley coming on his back foot and just hitting it down to long off for a single. Carries the total to 103 for 2. Jason Mom is on 37. Otley goes on to 46.
He's gone on to 47, in fact, with the single.
Right, 47.
Yeah.
Jason driving well fielded at the extra cover. Looks like Blades.
So, of course, Keon Otley still quite young in his first-class career. Just the 20 first-class matches. Jason Mohammed, just a few more than those 20.
It could be 97 game.
Keon Otley has a first-class average of 23.75. Still some time to go in his first-class career. Jason Mohammed, the stalwart, is looking for a quick single. It's not there. Straight to Primus at mid-off. And 25 overs down. It is just about 2 minutes past the hour of 12. And the players face the pavilion and begin walking off. The umpires remove the bails. And a good session for Trinidad and Tobago in respect and in response to losing those 2 early wickets of Jet Guli and Vikash Mohan. They have progressed at lunch to 103 for 2. Your thoughts, dear?
I think after the water break, Trinidad this last hour, Trinidad has won this session, and they have moved on well. They scored pretty quickly in the second hour. 103 for 2 in 25 overs. That's 4 point something over, which is not bad at a 4-day level, 4-day game. They will take a rest, have lunch, and come back after lunch.
Yeah, what do you think they're looking to do after lunch? Where do you think they can end up from being 100 odd for 2?
I think from lunch to tea and maybe 95 or 100 again, they could well be 205, 208 at tea time. And I think the poise of this game, the wicket and the outfield, 300 runs in a day's play should be gettable.
Yeah, in fact, we've mentioned that throughout the morning in terms of this tournament. The CWI Championship is a preparation for the West Indies men's senior test team. And it's from this crop of players where you will get our international players. And the way the international game has gone, to see Trinidad and Tobago score at over 4 and over in the red ball format is refreshing, because it lends itself to transitioning, we hope, into that international level and international standard and being able to compete against the best in the world. So, lunch on the first day in round 6 of the CWI Championship. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the combined campuses and colleges. The CCC won the toss and invited Trinidad and Tobago to bat first. And at lunch, TNT Red Force 103 for 2. We'll rejoin you in just about 35 minutes time for the afternoon session. Well, a pleasant good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Of course, it's afternoon time here in the Caribbean, just about 12:40 Eastern Caribbean time. It is round 6 of the CWI Championship, the CWI 4-day Championship. Yeah, the red ball format, and we're thoroughly enjoying it. It's always a battle, more so between bat and ball in the red ball format. And this encounter here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the University of the West Indies Sports and Physical Education Center, St. Augustine campus, is between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. And earlier in the day, the combined campuses and colleges won the toss and invited the TNT Red Force to bat. And within the first hour, the CCC were on top and ahead with the 2 early wickets of 2 set batters, or 2 classy batters, I should say, in Vikash Mohan and the number 1 run scorer for the Red Force in Jed Gooley. And when the score was 25 for 2, Jason Mohammed and Keon Otley came together. They're still here. The first ball after lunch, Amari Goodrich. We're getting Keon Otley to drive in the air straight to mid-wicket. And no sooner have I introduced the start of the afternoon session, and Keon Otley, a low full toss, could have hit it anywhere he wanted, but he only picked the man at a short mid-wicket. And Goodrich, the man getting the early 2 wickets of Mohan and Gooley, has now accounted for Keon Otley 3 runs short of what could have been his 5th first-class half-century. And success immediately for CCC after lunch.
Sad way to go after playing so well for 2 hours of cricket. Low full toss, hitting a short mid wicket. Good catch. This is when you have to come back and concentrate on every ball. Cricket is about every ball.
Yeah, the catcher Siddiqui Henry.
Cricket is about concentration of every ball. So, hard luck. I think Keon played well. To get a soft dismissal like that is tough.
And he did all the hard work.
Yeah.
He batted for 2 hours. He saw the new ball off. And you said that multiple times this morning. That's the role of your opening batters.
Yeah.
You see the new ball off, and as it gets easier, you then play yourself into your innings, and you go on from there. You'd be mightily disappointed with Otley.
I think he just tried to tug it instead of hitting it.
Yeah, so the fall of the Keon Otley wicket for 47 will bring a gentleman we spoke about just before the lunch interval, and someone who can create a headache. Whether you're a selector or a bowler, he can create a headache for you. The former Fatima College player Amir Jangu comes to the middle. So one left-hander has replaced another. And Amir Jangu, we were speaking about him earlier, the type of player that can go from ball 1 if he so chooses. He has that quality.
Had a good game against Barbados, 93 not out on 37. Batted well in the first inning. One thing I admire about this gentleman, anytime he gets his opportunity, he grabs it with both hands.
First delivery is watchful, and lets it go by to wicketkeeper Demario Richards. On the other side of this coin, Shamar Brooks and the CCC. A dream start after lunch.
That's more than a dream start. That's a lotto.
What are the numbers, Shamar Brooks? Today is Wednesday.
And Idul Fitr.
Yeah, so
Eid Mubarak.
Yeah, so there won't be any games on a religious holiday, but I can prep it for Saturday.
Yeah.
Just
No, but I must give credit to Goodrich, after a good opening spell, coming back right after lunch and picking up a wicket in the first ball. And in cricket, when you come out from a break, or lunch, tea, or water break, the fieldsmen take a little 3-4 minutes to get climatized back to the field, and to pick up a wicket first ball, it's a plus.
I'm wondering if CCC had something different to eat than we did.
We had a Goodrich that.
But you know, there are some players who actually don't eat lunch. They probably have like some fruit, so they won't have that heavy meal. But they would get a lot of, especially on a hot day like this, they'd get a lot of liquids into their system and rehydrate or the necessary salts and so on.
Yeah.
Electrolytes and all the different.
But I think he batted well. Unfortunately, it seemed good this way football after lunch. Did all the hard work as an opening batsman with the new ball. Stuck around well. I think it took him about 15 balls to get off the mark. And when he did get off the mark, he started coming to himself and play some lovely shots.
Yeah, so just a slight hold up in play as the sight screen has to be moved for the left-handed Django. So Django being a left-hander and Mohamed being a right-hander, the sight screen will be moved in between the deliveries or in between whoever is facing.
I like the operation and moving it, man.
Yeah, they're using the tractor to move the sight screen. And again, kudos to the hard-working ground staff here at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. And just in front of us is young Matara, and we see him doing a bit of warm-ups there over the arm and the shoulder. And we are waiting with bated breath to see young Matara get into the bowling lineup and into the bowling attack.
Young guy, I think 17 years. Tall, long hands.
So the sight screen still not quite set. Yeah, Django now giving the thumbs up, so we're now set.
The thing about it for CCC, they has a new batsman at the crease now,
Would you have gone for an extra slip? There's 1, 2, 3, three slips. Would you have gone for the fourth?
I'd go for a gully though.
Yeah, there's a point, not exactly a gully. A little bit fuller to Django, and he turns into the leg side. So Amir Django as well. He would have been in and out of the starting 11. Of course, he played the first couple of rounds when Joshua De Silva was out. He played as the wicketkeeper with Joshua De Silva being out. And he had a couple of good scores, didn't quite carry on. Of course, he came into the team on the back of a good score in the North-South Classic.
100.
And was not out, if memory serves.
He and Vikash Mohan got 100.
Yeah, looking to angle it in at him is a Goodridge.
From the watching Goodridge bowl today, he bowled well to the right-handers, but he's also given the left-handers a lot of problem too.
I think this is one of the few times that we've seen him go around the wicket to the left-hander. So he's changed his method of approach here.
He's coming into them now.
Because that ball he got Jet Gully with, he was over the wicket. And that possibly as well, that angle from over the wicket probably caused Gully a little bit of indecision in the end.
I think if Jet had, if he look back at it, if you're leaving alone a ball, it should be 80% should hit your pan and get LBW, not bowl.
Well, the first over after lunch is completed by Amari Goodridge. And just as he did in the first hour of play when he got Vikash Mohan, a wicket maiden to Amari Goodridge. He's bowled 7 overs, just 11 runs. He's taken all 3 of the wickets to go down.
To Goodridge.
And the TNT Red Force score stays at 103, but it's now 103 for 3. Romario Graves will continue from the gymnasium end. And just in the foreground of your shot above the scoring ticker, young Matara still not into the bowling lineup. It's quite possible he's hearing us. He's probably itching now to get into the bowling attack.
See, this is what will cause this corner to hold up a bit. There's a new batsman he has to adapt, and with both batsmen set already and coming back after lunch. Unfortunately, cannot lay out in the first ball.
Yeah, so Romario Graves did take a bit of tap from Otley and Mohammed as they built on that 50-run partnership. He's bowled 7 overs for 31 runs, so he himself has gone over
Over
4
4.
runs economy rate. He'll be looking to make amends after lunch here.
Even the last game here, he had a long spell both in for CCC.
Floated up nicely. And Mohammed just turns it away into the leg side. So Mohammed here himself
He wants
is
him side screen move too.
he's being watchful. And now the sight screen on the other side of the ground has to be moved for the right-handed Mohammed. And the ground staff are now being alerted to it by umpire Christopher Taylor at this gymnasium end. Lyndon Rajkumar standing at square leg. Fourth official Kashif Sandhi. And match referee is Mr. Stephen Proverbs.
Just a slight hold up here with the side screen to be adjusted for Jason Mohammed. I must give credit to Shamara Brooks. You know, we have been calling for Matara. You know, he has already picked up 3 wickets in 2 sessions and a little. So we may not see him in a little while again.
Yeah, for the better part, in particular, Blades and Goodrich have held the bowling together.
Bowl well.
Yeah.
Cricket, at this stage, cricket is a patient game, and you have to be patient batting, and if you are bowling, you need to be patient to get a wicket.
Yeah, even more so in this format. I mean, I mentioned to you this morning that I saw young Nav BDC in Tobago just a couple of weeks ago, and it was a different format. Yes, T10, the shortest format of the game, continues to be watchful is Mohammed. But I always say, even in T10 cricket, you're allowed, depending on when you're batting, obviously, 2 or 3 deliveries, 4 maybe, to get your eye in. You don't have to always go from ball 1. Of course, many people don't believe in that and don't agree with me.
I think once you're a professional cricketer or semi-pro or pro, you have to adjust to anything you're playing to. T10, 20, 3 days, 4 days. Any batsman, good batsman will adapt to it. David Warner has done it exceptionally well.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned as well too, it's not just batting but bowling as well.
Yeah.
Cut, and it's gonna go to extra cover. A little bit of a misfield will allow them. No, they won't. They think against it, and that single will bring us to the end of the second over after lunch, and the score moves up by 1, so 104 for 3, and 47 for Keon Otley. Stands out like a beacon, followed closely behind by Jason Mohammed on 42. Amir Django, just the 5 deliveries into his innings so far. So a good comeback from Graves after going for some runs in that second hour of the morning session. And
with that fall of the wicket, I think the game is evenly poised right now. Both teams have, we'll say they have done fairly well.
Yeah, and I think this is the period, the afternoon period tends to be that leverage, that
balance.
That where you find whether the balance goes one way or the other. Especially when you have a morning session that was more or less even.
You know, at 102 for 2, as Jal Boycott said, just add 2 wickets, there is 102 for 4.
Yeah,
the whole complexion changes.
Yeah, that's what we always say. Add 2 wickets to a score. Add 2 wickets to any score. It looks different. So again, the sight screen being moved. Of course.
Seeing Goodrich taking up the attack again from the Sports and Physical Education Center. Jason Mohammed on strike. He's on 42. Coming back to the T10 and T20 game, you know, you must have, I think when you go to play this game, you must have a plan A, plan B, and plan C, because plan A and plan B go through to the window very quickly in some of these games.
Down the leg side, half of an appeal, but really from the fielders inside the circle. Nothing from the bowler or the wicket keeper. I was chatting with a coach recently, I think during that T10 tournament, and he was saying one of the benefits of T10 cricket, especially to the younger cricketer, it gets them thinking quicker. And that
Sure.
same adjustment you're talking about, you have to do it quicker. So it should then become easier when you go into T20. Shot down the ground, but there is a sweeper in place. And just one added to the total. So you find that they should be adjusting a lot quicker because the game is quicker.
It is, and you as a coach and a captain will have plan A, plan B, and in 3 overs, 4 overs that going through the drain. So as you rightly said, it has to be a quick thinking, and the youngsters will have to develop very quickly into it.
Yeah, you mentioned you mentioned the likes of David Mohammed, who's transitioned through formats. Some of the greats of the game, Baba Azam, Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, Steve Smith, they've all transitioned through all the formats and have been a class above the rest. And then now you're seeing the likes of people like Cameron Green, and even here in the West Indies, our very own ODI captain, Shea Hope. I mean, he hasn't played red ball cricket for a while, but we know that he can play red ball cricket.
He's one of our best batsmen.
And then of course there's Brandon King, because we're now seeing Brandon King playing in this 4-day tournament.
Maturing himself nicely. Kane Williams from New Zealand was recognized as a test batsman, and he has transformed into white ball cricket. In the IPL, he bats so easy, so simple.
Kane Williamson, I must say, is one of my favorite cricketers of this era.
Yeah, that 100 Virat Kohli scored recently, about 2 days ago, is one of the best T20 100 I've seen for a long while. He hit if you watch that inning carefully, anyway you want to hit that ball, he hit it. And that was a great inning.
What do you believe? They always talk about the Fab Four. They never mention Baba Azam. But Virat is last on my list of Fab Four. And that's just personal preference, because I like Kane Williamson, I like Joe Root. I love looking at Joe Root bat. And Joe Root, another one of those players, the two of them again, so elegant. Joe Root plays reverse lap shots and scoops and reverse sweep in test cricket. And it looks so elegant when he does it.
So I'm in the Indian test series, the 3rd or the 4th test he out in slip with a reverse. But yes, it will always boil down to everybody's opinion about players, But it is good to see that there's a batch of players that you have people could be think various about them, not one batsman alone in the world.
Pulled by Django. Will he beat the fielder? He beats the fielder, but he doesn't get it full to the boundary as Blades does the fielding. He pick himself up a couple of runs. Not well timed, that pull shot from Django.
106 for 3. We're in the 28th over. Amir Django on 2. Jason Mohammed on 43.
And somebody once told me, once you're a cricketer, you're a cricketer. Doesn't matter. You play the game.
The science we have it now.
Just over pitching slightly here, Goodridge, and Django pushing that foot forward. Will get the boundary, will he? Yes, he does. Just beating those two fielders running back.
In this modern times, batsmen, Sachin Tendulkar have said it, they know where the bowler is going to bowl the next ball. They look at the field placement and they will tell you.
And I think that's where the better depth bowlers in the game, the Dwayne Bravo, the Chris Jordan, they are also batters. So they bowl thinking like a batter. Okay, what is he going to do next? And that's put them a cut above the rest.
See some batsmen play some shot in IPL, that is out of this world.
Yeah, we have the likes of A.B. de Villiers to thank for that.
I think he's one of the best batsmen in in this world, but in free format.
Revolutionizing the game. The end of another over. Nelson on the board, 111 for 3. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on day 1 of round 6 of matches in the CWI Championship. Of course, other games are presently ongoing. We'll bring you up to date with them shortly. Games at the Queen's Park Oval, Sabina Park, and Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua as well. Graves continues. Mohammed just turns it away backward point and will pick himself up an easy 2 runs. So just really working himself back into his innings is Jason Mohammed after that a bit of bish bash and bosh hitting around the park of Roshan Primus in particular.
4 fours in a over.
Yeah, a couple of them 2 lovely cover drives, as classic and as textbook as you like. Almost playing it across to
just after lunch, we're seeing Grizz getting some turn on this ball now.
Yeah, Siddiqui Henry
113 for 3. Just said, just after lunch, Grizz is getting some turn now.
He seems to be bowling a tad slower than he was this morning as well when he was hit around the park. And flighting it a bit more. It's just been pointed out to me as well that the impressions of the boots, the footmarks are beginning to show. And we're only a couple minutes into the second session on day 1. So that's also, as Mohammed is looking for 1 backward point, doesn't get it. So that's also another reason why when he bowled that 1 over of was it Graves? It wasn't Graves. The 1 over spin that Shamar Brooks bowled.
It was Graves. He bowled 1 over.
He should have continued with the seamers because you want to create that rough for them. So Jason Mohammed, just a couple of runs in this over, 113 for 3. And some of the young ones in and around the facility here at the Sufrang World Field.
113 for 3. 29 overs gone. Jason Mohammed on 45. Amir Jangu on 6. 5 from 9. Goodrich picking it up from continue from the Sport and Physical Education Center. And it looks like he's going to come around the wicket to Amir Jangu.
So a couple of the other games, Jamaica Scorpions playing Guyana Harpy Eagles. And at lunch, the Harpy Eagles are struggling at 58 for 5. That one in Kensington in Jamaica. The Academy versus the Volcanoes, the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes are 106 for 5. 30 overs gone in that one. They're just back out after lunch as well. That's in Coolidge in Antigua. The table leaders at present, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, are putting Barbados Pride to the sword. And that game at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain, they are 109 without loss. And 35, in fact 112 without loss. 35 overs gone in that one. And
Kieran Powell is...
I think Kieran Powell is in the team. I know he had a bit of an injury scare earlier in the season. In fact, it's the Barbados Pride putting the tabletoppers to the sword. The Pride are batting. So the Barbados Pride 45 for Captain Craig Brathwaite. 64 for Zachary McCaskey. And a typical Craig Brathwaite innings, 45 from 114 deliveries. This one going away to the wicket keeper. Django again watchful.
Outside the off stump, going after it.
Jeremiah Louis has bowled 5 overs in that one and has only gone for 9 runs. Big Rakeem Cornwall has gone for some runs. Big Rack has bowled 7 overs and gone for 32 runs. Hayden Walsh Jr. has been steady. He's bowled 4 overs, just 10 runs. And Big Daniel Durham has been miserly. 6 overs, 9 runs.
113 for 3. They win the 30th over. Goodrich from the Sport and Physical Education Center into Django.
Of course, if the Barbados Pride can force a victory versus the Hurricanes, it opens up the table because they are only just about 10 or 11 points ahead of the Windward Islands Volcanoes with this round and the next to play.
After the first 3 rounds, Windward was on top, and with two consecutive defeat has put them, I think they're in second position.
Yeah, I'll go through that table in a moment. West Indies Academy and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Volcanoes 108 for 5. Half of an appeal, but hopeful to say the least.
Again, Goodrich continue to be on a line just outside that option to Django.
So the Volcanoes, Solizano 7, Pascal 26, Jeremiah 5, Anthony is at 20, Hodge 14. Not out batters are Ambrose and Benjamin. Ambrose on 9 and Benjamin on 18. So starts for a couple of the top order, but they're not carrying on for the Volcanoes.
Again, just good length. Django playing it to cover. CCC after launch here on a hype. A lot of noise from all their players.
And you spoke about it earlier this morning, the next crop of West Indies players, the CCC and the Academy, and then of course all the other territorial boards. Wickets for Yuan Lane, Naim Young, Joshua Bishop, and Kadeem Allen.
Yuan Lane bowled well in the last game right here. Tall guy with some pace.
Django is going after Goodrich here, and he's played probably out of the 6 deliveries, he's played about 8 shots.
And they hit one.
And he's missed all. But of course, that's Amir Django for you. 113 for 3. 30 overs now complete. We are now 1/3 of the way in the day's play. Django is on 6. Mohammed on 45. Eyeing up another first class half century.
Yes, come back to Yuan Lane. I thought he bowled really well in the last game here. He's the guy who struck Motara about 3 times on his hand. Forced him to retire hurt.
And in the Scorpions Harpy Eagles game, as Graves continues from the gymnasium end.
I think, as you rightly said, after lunch he's just a bit slower and a little more air is given the ball. It's a little more difficult to get it away now.
Extracting the purchase.
Yeah.
There you go, turning delivery into Mohammed. The Ghana Harpy Eagles are 58 for 5. Tejnarain Chandapur 1, Perez 4, Imlak 1, Anderson 1, Sinclair 23, Ali Mohammed North. Batters not out, Savory and Purmall 9 and 12 respectively. And up in the air, there's a loud appeal. Umpire Taylor just taps his hip to indicate next delivery, please.
Yes, as he's bowling a bit slow, he's getting a little turn now. That is causing Jason Mohammed a slight little headache. Coming out and playing this one to short extra cover, very easy.
For the Jamaica Scorpions, as we continue, just to update you on some of the scores around the championship. Green, Shields, and Salmon, the wicket takers for the Jamaica Scorpions. Of course, with Savory and Pumol at the wicket, it's not over for Guyana Happy Eagles by a long shot. And Gudakesh Muti still to bat.
I think the Guyana Happy Eagles has an up and down tournament this year.
Yeah, so those are the games going on, and then in front of you here, CCC and TNT Red Force. Even Stevens, we think.
Well balanced. Both teams will say they have been successful. 113 for 3, Jason Mohammed and Amir Django at the wicket. Fall of 3 wickets so far. Vikash Mohan, Keon Otley and Jed Gully. All going to Goodridge. Jason Mohammed on 45 from 34 from 80, sorry, and Amir Django on 6.
Yeah, there's a sight. There's Joshua De Silva, the West Indies wicketkeeper batter and a captain of this Red Force team. He's padded up, possibly coming in next. He has batted in and around 5 or 6 for this Red Force team, more often than not. Goodridge will continue, looking for that Yorker length delivery. Django is up to the task. So we gave you an update of the scores. Now we can just remind you and give you an update of the point standings after 5 rounds. We are into round 6 of the championship. So the Leeward Islands Hurricanes sit atop the table at 81.2 points. Django is watchful. Windward Islands Volcanoes 71.6. Barbados Pride are third on 67.4. Guyana Harpy Eagles are next on 66.8. Jamaica Scorpions are fifth on 53.4. The Red Force are sixth on 51. The Academy 7th on 49.8, and the combined campuses and colleges are bottom of the table on 24.2, and they haven't won a game, but they have 24.2 points. Having a flash at it, and it's scored behind, but definitely
The West Indies emerging players, or?
Combined campuses and colleges haven't won a game, but they have 24.2 points, and that is because of that bonus points, because they have crossed 300, the CCC team, 4 times in the tournament, and there is a batting there are batting points on offer when you cross from the minute you cross 250. So 250 to 299 will give you 2 points. 300 to 350, 349 will give you 3. 350 to 399 will give you 4, and 400 to 449 will give you 5 bonus points. 3 to 5 wickets taken will give you 1 point. 6 to 8 wickets will give you 2 points. And when you bowl out a team 9 or 10 wickets, you get 3 points. So that's the basics of the bonus point structure.
It's a lot of bonus points you get in a tournament, though.
Yeah, and you also get bonus points for your fast bowling, if memory serves. I will confirm that because I believe it's 0.2 for every fast bowling wicket. That's why you have teams on the table with like the leaders at 81.2.
I'll just speak about that. The under 19 tournament in Trinidad, North was playing East. East had to beat North outright, but get some bowling, fast bowler and bonus points. East played 7 fast bowlers on the team. They dropped the 2 spinners.
Yeah, well, that's what the bonus points brings. It brings a
Yeah.
different competitiveness. But we know, and we spoke about that in the morning session, the rationale, of course, behind it is from a batting perspective, getting the teams batting longer, making bigger scores. Django pulls and nothing on that occasion. Missing again. He's faced a few deliveries now, has Django. TNT Red Force have moved on to 113 for 3. And it is a lunchtime. So Amir Django has faced 21 deliveries and played at 25 shots. He's on 6 runs. He's going to connect on one of them, we guarantee you. And I think the one he connects on is the one that's going to get him going. Almost like we saw with Jason Mohammed. The moment he hit that shot, in particular the cover drive, he just seemed to settle. And our producer has left me for a piece of macaroni pie.
Again, Greece picking it up from the northern end here. Bowling a bit slower again and is more effective for him.
In the air, bonk ball. Spectators catch.
See a strange feel here just in line of the bowler when it stumps here, number 77.
Driven by Mohammed
That's a
through the
beautiful
gap.
shot.
And another boundary to Jason Mohammed. Moves on to 49 now. And just a 1 run away from another half century. Jason Mohammed. We were just mentioning the couple of cover drives he played in the morning session.
This is a lovely shot. Getting to the pitch of it on just past extra cover for 4.
Well, number 77, you mentioned number 77. He should be familiar to you. That's Kamil Puran.
All right.
Cut away, and that will be another half century to Jason Mohammed. Age is just a number, believe you me. Jason Mohammed, in his 99th first class game, brings up another half century.
Well played. A good inning from Jason Mohammed for Trinidad Tobago Red Force here. Came in at the fall of an early wicket. Settling well and has contributed well to this total.
22nd first class 50 to Jason Mohammed to go along with those 12 centuries he has. Of course, he's looking for century number 13 to go fully into the lead ahead of former captain Darren Ganga.
Batted really well for Trinidad and Tobago this morning.
Quicker delivery to Django. Django doing well to bring the bat down.
He's hit 9 fours in his 50.
Yeah, 59 and a half. That's a good strike rate for Jason Mohammed. And as we said, coming in at the fall of a couple of early wickets and having to stabilize the ship, so to speak, and then bat into the lunch period and then bat right after the lunch period. So 60 odd, a good strike rate. This guy looks familiar in the frame, but he's missing something. He's missing something. This is our resident flag man here now in Trinidad and Tobago. He can be
taking
seen
a turn.
Yeah, he can be seen at many a sporting event. Oh, there you go. He's hung the flag on the fence.
See a bowling change from the Sports and Physical Education Center. Blades taking up the attack. Have to hold on for the side screen to be moved.
So I think this might very well be the ploy from Shamar Brooks. He's going to mix up his seam bowlers from that end,
One end.
and then mix up his spinners from this end. And you pointed it out in the last over. This is probably the best end for the spinners with the angle of the breeze coming from the northeast. And in particular, the off spinners is going to get that drift and help that turn into the batters.
Surprisingly, the last game today, the seamers got all the wicket from the sports and physical education end.
Yeah, that southern end.
Southern end, yeah.
That's where the admin building, the dressing rooms, the pavilion, that's the building on the far end. Blades starts a lot fuller than he started in the morning session, understandably so, with the surface now evened out.
Dried out. Placid, little placid, ball coming on nicely to the bat. What I haven't seen this morning really from the Pacers, I haven't seen no aggressive short pitch bowling. One ball alone I saw short.
Yeah, that's interesting. And with the pace that they were generating, and as we pointed out, that just a tad bit of moisture that was around from sweating under the covers more than anything, because we haven't had rain for a little while.
I think they're concentrating more on this session, more line and length to the batsman now. It was really unfortunate for Keane Otley to get out that full toss here, first ball after lunch. He batted well for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Again, Jason Mohammed going outside the off stump with a shot, not making any contact.
He's more than gotten a start, has Jason Mohammed. This is where, usually as a batter, this is where you dip, because you've crossed that milestone, and it's almost like a reset at this point in time.
Well, in batting, 50 to 60 is the hardest 10 runs to score. 50 to 60 is the hardest 10 runs to score in cricket.
And the hardest run to score in cricket is 99 to 100. At least that's what I've been told by some of the elder cricketers. I've never gotten that far. Yeah, for those of us who are accustomed scoring single digits, 0 to 1 is the hardest. Take a look at the field, the evidence. Those slips are still in play. Two slips and the gully.
Cover. Extra mid off, mid on. Wideish mid on, back mid wicket. And a fine leg.
And a sweeper
Deep
out
cover
on
point.
Yeah. Sweeper out on that point boundary. Yeah, the flaps were obscuring your vision of that one. Driven by Mohammed straight to mid on. Mid off, I beg your pardon.
Total goes to 119 for 3.
Yeah, so this is the part of the game where it almost sets red ball cricket apart from all the other games, because this is where the toll starts to come upon you mentally. The mental aspect of the shorter formats of the game is thinking quicker. This is the part where you have to dig in when it's slowed down and nothing's happening. Both as a batter and a bowler. A bowler more so, because it seems to be just routine for the batters as the score goes on to 119 for 3 at the end of another over.
Yeah, that's and this is where the batsmen need to be concentrated a little more. You know, this is the period where when the bowlers get on a little bit on top of their game, you have to concentrate a little more. And one of the way to get off of this is to just rotate around the strike, get a single and go down on the other end. It frustrates the fielding team, the bowlers also too.
Yeah, so tangled up some of the kites in the electrical wires around, almost coming to a halt. This kite flying season in Trinidad and Tobago, and almost grinding to a halt to the TNT Red Force innings after going in the second hour of the morning at 4 runs and more to the over. Yeah, a couple of these guys have been grounded. No pun intended. But our producer, he seems to like kite flying, does our producer.
Romario Grace continues from the northern end to Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, there's that flight again from Graves.
Giving the ball a little more air after lunch. Good control.
And you can see by the movement of his trousers and his jersey where the breeze is blowing. Kamil Puran doing some fielding.
He's 12th over.
He should be a
Graves. His second spell after the lunch in the period, he looked much better with his control, his flight.
advancing up in the air and over the umpire's head, straight as you like.
For 4. Good shot. Coming down to the pitch of the ball and just lifting it over.
Yeah, umpire Taylor was bracing for cover there. So Mohammed now seems to be finding his footing for all intents and purposes.
This is when you measure the bowler, know where he's going to bowl that ball.
And you spoke about this tough period where getting that single and just turning over the strike is almost been like a broken record around West Indies cricket. Similar in playing spin, so few batters use their feet as Mohammed did on that occasion. The one boundary in the over, the score up to 123 for 3. Just Mohammed soldiers on at 55. Mari Goodrich, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 18. And talking about that mental aspect of the game, all these things going through your mind as a batter as to what to do, how to play. And these broken records we have around the Caribbean, they don't play spin well, they don't use their feet, they don't do this, they don't do that. Sometimes it's easier said than done.
But I think in the last couple of years, we have seen our batsmen handling it a little better. And I don't know if it's the T20 games is causing it, but if you do the 50 over game, but we are seeing them, they are looking a lot better with the spin bowling. And probably the IPL where some of our batters are up there with them.
So Blades will continue from the southern end where the pavilion sits, the players' pavilion. Django will continue to face up. Already 25 deliveries into his innings and still no sight of Mutara other than when he's fielding in front of us.
Young guy, 17 years of age.
You might think we're calling his name so consistently. It's when you have a young chap, it's almost like Joel Edwards playing for Leeward Islands. You see his caliber in the World Cup, and to see him come back and join his home territory, you're excited to see how is he going to go in a level above, because under 19 to first class is a bit of a jump.
Yeah.
And you're just so excited to see where they go because they're so promising with all their talent. Django punches
That's a lovely
behind
shot.
point. Is he going to get the boundary?
Yeah, it's a
Fielder
very
after
good.
it. The ball wins the race. Kamil Puran there giving it his all. But he can't prevent the boundary. But just a standing tall on that back foot and a punching was Amir Django.
Just using the pace of the ball and just hitting it backward square, backward point, racing to the boundary. That carries the total to 127 for 3. We're in the 36th over. Amir Django goes on to 10 from 27. This is what will help Amir a lot. He gets the ball on the middle of his bat, obtaining a boundary. The good thing about him, he's not showing any fluster, with the batting, absorbing some balls.
Ooh, that's a lovely delivery from Blades. Getting Django playing around the ball. Probably beating him for a bit of pace here.
Pace, yeah.
Yeah, the ball was past him before the bat even any thought of the bat coming down. So good comeback from Blades.
Yeah. 2 slip on a gully still, fine leg. Cover point, cover. Mid off, mid on. Short delivery from Blaze. Django on his toe, just turning it backward. Short mid wicket for a single. $128 for 3. Doing the 36th over. Jason hitting that one to deep point for a single. That brings the end of the over. 129 for 3. We're in over number 36. Django on 11, Jason Mohammed on 56.
Yeah, that looks, our producer has just picked up here with our cameraman, former TNT fast bowler Tony Gray.
West Indies, TNT and West Indies.
Yeah, he'll be fast to remind me it's not just TNT. I think he still has I was telling him that some time back. I think he still has the record for most wickets in a season at this level in the Caribbean.
Not too sure.
I think it's back in the 80s. I'm going to double check the stat.
Jason pushing that ball to long off for an easy single.
The lava you pay for that.
Bringing in the deep cover now to normal cover. 3/4 to the 3/4. The long off comes up. As Grease will be bowling to Django.
Yeah, inviting him to hit out and go for that big shot. So watchful. Watches it spin past his pad and his off stump.
I know Tony Gray doing some work with, for a couple of years with UTT. Good line to the left-hander. Quicker ball to Django, almost got through his defense on his back foot there.
Even our producer got excited with that one. Graves has come back magnificently well after lunch here.
Yes. And as you rightly said, he's bowling a bit slower and a little more flighty, giving the ball some air.
And we always, sometimes we're always so quick to point out the bowler didn't do this, or the bowler didn't do that, or the batter didn't do this, or the batter didn't do that. When they do make the adjustments, we never really talk about it. And we can see clearly, he went for some runs before lunch, did Graves. And after lunch, I make it he's gone probably for just...
about 9 runs.
9 or
After
10
lunch.
runs after lunch. And he's bowled probably about 4 or 5 overs
Right.
already. There you go. So he's made the adjustments, whether it was Pedro Collins or
Floyd Reefer.
Reefer talking to him, or he himself probably sitting and saying, let me see, what do I do next? What can I do differently? Or probably to his captain. He's made the adjustment.
Perfectly.
Come back well.
Slow and giving the ball a little more air.
This one down to fine leg. Django continues to move on with a couple of singles to his name.
Blaze just straight down the leg side on Django's part. He just turning it down to fine leg. Just seen Yannick Otley for about 3 overs this morning. Haven't seen him back on the ball.
I think on the evidence of what we saw from Yannick Otley earlier in the day, when this pitch starts to wear out, if TNT are still batting, Shamar Brooks is going to turn to him a bit more.
He got 5 wickets last game on first inning and 3 second inning. So he is a premier bowler, wicket taking bowler in this tournament in the last game. See, Jason Mohammed just turning his ball to fine leg for us, an easy single. 133 for 3. Jason Mohammed goes to 650. 58, Django's on 13.
Front foot and punches to extra cover. Big rush on Primus. It's going to be interesting. We were just talking about Graves making the adjustments. Primus went for the majority of those runs that got the momentum started in the TNT innings. When he's called upon again to bowl, that's where we want to see his character.
He went for 4 fours in the last over he bowled. Again, Blaze just wide outside the off stump. No shot from Django. 2 slip on a gully. Not seen any venom back in the wicket, but we saw the first over this morning, yeah. Bit flattened out. Blaze just looking to hold a line here now.
Christopher Taylor at a square leg there. So coming up on the first water interval, the first Blue Waters drinks break in the second session, the afternoon session, the post-lunch session. There's so many names for it. We restarted just about 12:43, so at 1:40, we have a couple of minutes, possibly at the end of this over, given that it's the SEMA bowling.
133 for 3. So far they've scored 31 runs in just close to an hour.
Down the leg side, Django feels he's missed out there. There's that signal from umpire Rajkumar. So it will be drinks in the afternoon session, the Blue Waters drinks break. And while the players and umpires have a beverage or two, so will we. We'll rejoin you in a couple of minutes. So the first Blue Waters drinks break after lunch on the first day is now completed. Umpire Taylor takes his position. Umpire Sandy leaves the field. The players are all back in position. It looks as if Graves will continue here. A bit of a discussion with his skipper. And in fact, it's not his skipper. The skipper is at first slip. And the score at that drinks interval, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, after being invited to bat this morning by the combined campuses and colleges have progressed to 133 for 3. As Dion Ryan rejoins me, as he mentioned, 31 runs since the lunch interval, and the fall of the additional wicket of Keon Otley. In fact, off the first ball after lunch, Keon Otley for 47.
Yes, so they resume after the first water break here. Jason Mohammed will take strike. Greaves continue. 13 overs bowled in that session.
Amir Django at the non-strikers end, and he's faced some 39 deliveries as Django.
He's not that type of batsman though.
13 runs, 39 deliveries, Django. What do you think he needs to do a little bit better though? Now that we've had the drinks break, he's had an opportunity to take a breather. He's had a chance to probably have a discussion with Mohammed, and a message probably came out from the coaches. First runs after the drinks break here to Jason Mohammed. He's striking at 30 as Django as he comes on the strike. What does he need to do better though, Dionai?
I think it's just to be a little more positive. You know, and there's a lot of areas that you could just push the ball and pick up a single. And this, once you are positive, you will go on to these things. But what he has to do is to be really continue to be positive.
There's, I think he's heard you, because he's come onto the front foot, and in fact he's timed it so well that it's gone past Matara in a flash and gone down to the wide mid-off boundary.
Didn't have time to go around and bend down for that ball. It was timed beautifully by Django.
Just on first look and first impact, didn't look like he timed it that well, but he did. And again,
because when you bowler's going to bring ball in your zone, they must come into your zone.
And again, you're going to get full value for your shots on this ground. It's mighty dry. So I'm looking to turn it onto the onside, not there for that shot. Made the adjustment well, did Django.
I know Greaves has been on a long while the batsman thing. I think I really thought that Brooks might have bring on the leg spinner, something new.
On the back foot, cuts, and the cover fielder will go around and cut it off.
Because since before on the first over he was onto the ball, but after lunch he has bowled well, a bit slower, and he's been flighting the ball a little more.
And as fate would have it, I think Matara will come into the bowling lineup and get a wicket immediately. We've been calling for him for the better part of the entire day. Jason Mohammed now on 60. Batting still to come. De Silva, Charles, Hines, Carey Pierre, Anderson Phillip, Shannon Gabriel. A shot there of a young chap having a bit of a bowl in the nets. Future West Indies star. Oh, that's a nice bowling action for that age.
Nice to see a long-standing Harvard player, Mr. Bureau, sit down watching some cricket.
So Blades will continue from that southern end, pavilion end. Airplane. Quick, before you bowl. This one tucked
Lovely shot by
away.
Jason Mohammed. Yes, a lovely shot from him. Goes to the boundary for 4. Just coming on his front foot and easing it past mid-off.
He's well into his innings now, Jason Mohammed. Doesn't look like easing up.
Goes to 64.
Yeah. And those passengers in that American Airlines 757 catching a glimpse of a treat here. Jason Mohammed, the man they call Shadow, in a full flight. And just asking for
The side screen to be moved.
the side screen to be moved again. I don't know who's going to be more tired at the end of the day, the tractor or the driver.
This is a quality inning from Jason Mohammed for the Trinidad Red Force today. He came out this morning after the fall of the second wicket and has looked his part. After a couple deliveries, he got into his stride and started to middle and strike the ball. See, they remove a slip and put him mid-wicket.
You were asking about the short pitch delivery. This is one of the very few we've seen for the day. And Kamil Puran down there at the backward square leg boundary is called into action. And I think as we look at this surface and as it flattens out, that gentleman should be a joy to watch, Kamil Puran, on a surface like this. And even with the breeze assisting some of the bowlers, and it will probably assist the likes of Anderson Phillip and Shannon Gabriel, depending on which end they bowl from, whenever Trinidad and Tobago take to the field. But that gentleman, Kamil Puran, should be a joy to watch on the surface.
A great innings of 88 in the last game against the West Indies Academy. Played some super shots all around the wicket.
I tell you, that tractor is getting a workout, and he's going to be dead tired at the end of the day. That tractor has been working since 7 a.m. this morning. We're going to have to call for a day of rest for that tractor. A little over pitched, and Django tucks into the leg side. So Django as well is now finding some flow into his innings. Now seems to be middling the ball a little bit better.
This is when you're patient and they will come into your zone. And Jason Mohammed have shown it. He batted with patience. He has waited for the ball to come into him. See, Blade still working on that off-stump line to Django because still has 3 slip for Django. Cover, a deep cover point and a mid-off.
Yeah, I think because of the fact that Django is the more aggressive naturally of the batters, and the one who may tend to go at the bowling quicker than Mohammed, I think Shamar Brooks senses that there's opportunity there, and he's added the extra slip. And as you said in the earlier part of the day, this one overpitched and driven through extra cover. Not fully timed, but he'll get a couple of runs with Django.
Primus running around and picking it up for mid-off.
I think like you, I would be a big fan of the gully as well.
When the wicket is a bit started, as the wicket starts to get slower and slower, the ball will tend to go to gully instead of to slip. But the two slips is pretty little wide though.
Yeah, he's almost in the gully. Is that third slip? Our producer has pointed out that there may be a short ball coming with the deep backward square leg in position on the boundary. Overpitched, driven. Primus into action again. Django showing a bit of frustration here. And Junior Ryan has a bit of a chuckle, and I feel
When you miss out on a nice half volley. But this will happen in your innings. You know, a bowler have sometimes 42 balls to bowl to you at the day. He will bowl a good ball at you. You have to be concentrating for all these 42 balls for 90 overs if you want to bat the whole day.
yes, there's the Gooley family again, and I think that tent was actually put up for them. Yeah, so taking care of the families of the players here. Graves will continue from the gymnasium end.
This is his 15th over.
Yeah, so a mighty long spell here after lunch, particularly. We spoke about the mental aspect of this period of the game when it starts to slow down and just even out itself, but it's also part of the physical side of the game. Your fitness comes into question.
Especially with this heat. Takes a lot out of you. But I think that, you know, these at this level players train to play 4 days cricket, mentally and physically. This is why at club cricket level, you see this year in club cricket had a lot of double centuries and big hundreds from batsmen. I think Hope had a double, 240. Vikash Mohan had a double, 2 Clarkwood batsmen. So this is where the mental and the mental strength comes in at club level, and when you go to the next level, you know what it takes to be there.
Yeah, looking to use his feet is Mohammed. Not quite to the pitch, just pushing it back.
Because, you know, some player will be constantly making 70, 80, 80, 70, 80. And when they get on the Trinidad team, you want them to make 100. You know?
And this one again, not quite to the pitch of the ball is Mohammed. Adjusted well.
A bit of turn is getting there. The backward square should have come around a little more mid-wicket.
Almost in the air back to Primus.
Slowing up this one a little more.
In the air, one bounce into the wide long on boundary. Jason Mohammed moves on to 69. Just one bounce in front of that boundary, about a meter in front of the boundary rope.
Coming down and hitting it wide of mid-wicket. Long on couldn't had no chance. Still no leg spinner on the show.
Well, the leg spinner is on show. He's patrolling the boundary right in front of us. But not quite into the attack just yet.
Looks like Primus coming back for a second spell.
So now we will get our questions answered. When we spoke about that boundary, of course, from Jason Mohammed bringing the end of the over and the 150 on the board for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. So still scoring at just about 3 3/4 to the over. And the Primus will take up the attack, as Deo said. He's coming from that southern end, pavilion end.
The second session, if they get close to 200 or 180 something, could rally them to another 100 in the last session. So I think Trinidad Red Force is good poise here to get about 280, close to 300 in the opening day. Only 3 wicket down.
Yeah, still 99 runs away from their first batting point.
And then you have Terrence Hines, who could hit around the ball at a fast pace.
Yeah, there is batting to come. You would expect that the skipper would come in next in Joshua De Silva, followed by Terence Hines, the all-rounder in the team. No Tion Webster today. No ball called by umpire Raj Kumar, and the fielder to the backward square leg has to run many a mile to clean up, and it allows them to pick up a couple of runs. Those couple of runs bring up the 50-run partnership between Mohammed and Django.
From 96 deliveries.
So steady going, not as quick as the 50-run partnership between Otley and Mohammed, but welcome nonetheless, and very important in the context of the game.
Moving along nicely with that partnership, and Django starting to get into his rhythm, playing a little more freely now. Primus good length there. I think he has to come with a good spell for CCC this rounds. Experienced bowler, player. Bowler with 2 slip, short mid off, cover, deep cover point and a fine leg, mid off. Just way outside of some no shot from Django. It is a little bit flatter now, a little more better for batting. This is where the metal has to come out in Primus. Be patient and work for a wicket. Kane outside the awesome, Django leaving alone. Sensible bowling from him. Score remain on 154 for 3. We're in the 42th over. Again, just outside the awesome, Django on his front foot.
So we were asking how would it look when Primus gets the ball again. Despite the no ball, the first ball, 4 consecutive dot balls. He's come back well.
Hitting a good line, a good length outside the awesome to the left hander. Seems to have cut his pace a bit from this first spell.
I think you're reading my mind, because I was just about to tell you, he seems a lot more controlled.
Yeah.
Pace is down, but he's not doing what we were chatting about in that spell where he was taking for some runs, where he went searching, because he overpitched on one, was hit for the boundary, and it just seemed to unsettle him. Primus, and he went searching after that, and in searching, looking for extra pace, looking for a way to get the wicket, he started over pitching more, and he started to even stray down the leg side.
Dealt with some severe blows.
When he should have just done what he's doing now, just throttle back, get back your control, and stay composed.
I just said earlier, it seemed like Brooks has the intention of pace from one end. He brought back a pacer from the Sports and Physical Education Center.
Can he finish well here, Primus? Just down the leg side, just missing his mark. I think he's gotten accustomed to bowling to left-handers with a ball like that. Good ball to a left-hander, not so much to the right. End of the over, 154 for 3, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And it looks like Motara is coming on.
You have a good eye, Dale. While we were scanning the pavilion, young Matara was walking to the bowling crease with his skipper, having a bit of a discussion. His skipper has now gone behind the stumps at first slip, and here he is.
I'm really
The
interested
young
to see,
sensation.
interested to see him. I'm very interested to see him bowl here today.
This will be the first time I am getting to see him live.
Yeah, leg break googly. Has a good height for a leg spinner. Long arms.
You can hear all the voices in the field. He is going to get full encouragement from all the other 13 players on this team, because it's going to be shouted from the pavilion as well.
Umpire give him a verbal warning about running in the wicket already. Django just turning him to backward square for easy single.
So this is, we talk about the planning and the matchups and so on. This is going to be a good matchup here.
To the right hander.
Not just the right-hander, Jason Mohammed, who we know has had trouble from time to time with spin, and in particular leg spin. He's well set on 71 though. This one a little bit too wide from Ouattara, and Mohammed eases it out to the sweeper on the offside.
157 for 3. That's a good action, high action.
He is a bit front on though when he bowls. And possibly as he gets older, just something that he may work on, bringing that hip over a little bit more and getting a lot more momentum into the ball. But of course, as you said, he's still yet a teenager.
Like says, running up with some pace, that your leg spinners need that.
Yeah, even with the action, sometimes we can nitpick at the technique of a batter or the action of a bowler, but whatever works for you, works for you. I've heard it said that the great Gary Sober has always said is how you feel comfortable batting.
That's right. Said in his book, he said if you hold the bat anyhow and you're making runs, continue with it.
Yeah, I always hear my uncles talk about that. End of an over, and a tidy first over from young Matara. It's 157 for 3.
2 runs coming from that. I think I like his action though. He's good, for a young man, 17 years old. Good opportunity for him, and he's doing pretty well so far in the tournament.
It reminds me of another young chap who came into the West Indies senior team, and his batting stance was weird, to say the least. Young Shivnarine Chandapal at age 18, 19 years old, making his international debut, and he looked awkward. 25 years later, he has over 12,000 test runs.
And even when he started off, it get worse, more square on.
In fact, it did.
Yeah.
I mean,
but the important is in the contact with the ball, the bat comes straight down.
I've always heard it said as well too that even the great Sir Vivian Richards was not seen by many, a good piece here from Primus, was not seen by many in the traditional sense as being the most technically sound. But as you said, on contact with ball, it didn't matter where the fielders were. The Sir Viv.
Viv was out of this hole.
Sir Viv was playing T20 and T10 cricket long before anybody thought of it.
Yeah.
Our producer just reminded me of former Australian cricketer George Bailey. No ball again from Primus. Probably just looking for that extra pace again. George Bailey used to stand with his back to the bowler.
I think there was an Englishman also was Peter Willie, if I not was squared on a bit.
Yeah, in recent time for Pakistan, Fawad Alam batted Shiv Chandapur like, but very, very square on. But by the time the ball was bowled, he was in great position to play the ball any part of the ground.
157 for 3. Again, Primus, good length. Jason Mohammed just coming on his front foot and playing a short mid wicket.
Yeah, so just the no ball in this over so far from Primus. Again, similar to his previous over, his return over into the spell. So dot no ball, dot.
In the CPL, I say he had some problem. He had some good a lot of no balls too. In the CPL T20.
Sometimes no balls are just a bit of a rhythm problem as a bowler. Sometimes you're just not landing your foot in your run up in the right place, and just sometimes there might be a dip in the field somewhere that just throws you off slightly. And so many little things that create the issue of you bowling a no ball.
Here's alright, but in T20 you get a free hit.
I wouldn't mind seeing a free hit in the red ball format and make it a bit more interesting. But there are so many things in the game now for the batters. We got to give something back to the bowlers. Be a little bit lenient with them.
In a lot of them white ball cricket is a batsman game.
Yeah, lifting delivery.
Not allow more than 2 short ball.
Yeah, the white ball format definitely designed for batters. I spoke so much in the first session about the T10 in Tobago, and the first season, given that it was different conditions because it was during the rainy season, the pass score in the 10 overs was just about 90 runs. In this second season, the pass score went up to about 115, 120, and multiple games, teams are getting over 125. And the surface prepared as this was cut away, well timed, and it's going to beat that fielder at backward point. So another boundary here, and that's a beautiful shot because it's not necessarily a bad ball from Primus.
Just waited on his back foot for it.
Mohammed created the shot. Yeah, and talking about it, the surfaces that were prepared by the ground staff in Shore Park, it allowed, granted it's a small ground, it allowed for batting, and again, the shorter formats are for the batters.
The first T10 they had in Tobago was about 3 years ago. They played at the Sid Gray ground.
Yeah, the Chief Sec tournament.
Yeah,
right, where this gentleman hit a plethora of sixes.
Yeah. And I remember going there to watch the game, and the first ball, I hit the ball in the sea.
Yeah, if you do know Tobago, where the Sid Gray Stadium is in Tobago, this one nicely punched away onside by Jason Mohammed. What exquisite timing, and he does get the boundary. Jason Mohammed moves into the 80s with a couple of boundaries. I think he much likes this bowling of Roshan Primus. But again, Roshan Primus was hit for a boundary the ball before, and this delivery he went searching and over-pitched. And the ball before, the 4 runs backward point here in front of us. The young Navin Bidesi here doing the 12th man duties, and I do hope that we get to see him at some point in this tournament with bat in hand. He can also bowl. He did
leg by googly too.
Yeah, he bowled. I think it was, if my stats I recall correctly, took about 9 wickets in that T10 just completed, and scored a plethora of runs. But going back again, if you know Tobago, that Sid Gray Stadium is right on the seashore. So there's one end of the stadium. If you hit it far enough, it's going to go into the sea.
I think what Joshua James, if I don't make a mistake, hit the first ball in the sea.
Well, he's at home when he's playing anywhere in Tobago. He did hit some mighty big sixes in this tournament, just completed as well. And I whispered to him when I saw him, himself and Mbiki Joseph. I think that, and you mentioned this morning, the next crop of West Indian players out will be the ones out of the academy. I looked at them and you can see that the academy stint has helped them. Not just in the manner of play, but their mentality and how they approach the game. Because they're transitioning between formats. They're playing for the academy in red ball
and white ball.
And 50 overs. And then they're transitioning into the shortest format. Matara continues his short to Django, who pulls. There is cover down there on the square leg boundary.
155 for 3.
And Ramesh Subasinghe.
Yeah, the West Indies
the academy
coach.
Head coach, appointed earlier this week.
Sri Lankan.
Yeah. Jason Mohammed is back.
Back and playing into mid-on very easily.
Of course, Subasinghe comes in with quite the resume before his appointment to CWI. A bit wide from Matara, but a hint of spin.
Do we look like the googly?
Subasinghe, a former Sri Lankan first-class cricketer, served as head coach of New Zealand's cricket men's developmental program and the Otago Cricket Association Pathways head coach and talent development manager. He holds an ICC Global Level 3 coaching qualification and is qualified coach development with New Zealand Cricket.
Good delivery, a lot of bunks in this one.
Yeah, so he comes in with a backing of qualifications, but besides the qualifications, he has exhibited significant expertise in critical areas, including developing and implementing high-performance systems. Just a single. Technical remediation and sports biomechanics, team and individual holistic skills development, injury prevention, and bowling loads management. So all the things you and I were chatting about earlier this morning in terms of the scientific nature of the game now, as we come to the end of another over 168 for 3. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Jason Mohammed into the 80s, 81 now. Amir Django soldiering along on 23. Russian Primus taking a bit of a stick today. The importance of all those scientific parts of the game, or the technology and technological parts of the game, the biometrics, the injury prevention, the planning, and all the different things. And Subasinghe comes with quite a bit of those expertise into the academy.
It's good, but this is only my thought. When you bring a foreigner to the Caribbean, it takes a little while to understand we culture. Remember, we make up a lot of islands, and we carry a different type of culture all around. So it will take him a little while to adjust to our culture. Maybe about 9 months.
Yeah, he was just bowling, and probably the next Dwayne Bravo.
I always believe, if we could get somebody from our local down here, it might be a better investment and better for our players. I'm not saying I'm against him, a local.
Primus continues from that southern end, over pitches again, driven. Mohammed, but straight to the wide mid-off fielder. Yeah, and that's a fair point, and I bet a bit many people who are on the streams and on the broadcast hearing this, they're going to agree with you, because it's something that has been spoken about, that we have produced the greatest cricketers through time. There's no argument about that. The Sir Garfield Sobers, the Sir Vivian Richards, the Brian Lara,
Michael
the
Holden,
Michael Holden,
Andy Roberts, Malcolm Marshall.
and we can go on
Yeah.
and on. Lifting delivery again, and again cut away. The timing superb by Mohammed, but the fielder coming around from the point boundary is up to the task. It's a Siddiqui out there patrolling that point and backward point area, so just a couple runs. And we can call names, even some of the names you call, like Rafik Jumadin and Inchan Al. We can call name upon name of greats of the West Indian game, and there are a bit many people who believe that we should have them more involved in the development of our players. I recently saw Sir Andy Montgomery Roberts showing some young lads in the Broward Cricket ground in Florida the biometrics and the whole action behind bowling, and how to have your wrist and how to hold the seam and biomechanics. This one is sweetly timed, and it beats Matara down there on the fine leg boundary. So
Good shot
Primus
from Jason.
here again, over pitching, searching, and Mohammed just clips him past fine leg, picks up another boundary.
I say also Curtly Ambrose. So Curtly Ambrose in his second stint with Guyana, looking for fast bowlers.
Yeah, and he's one that has been, for the most part, he is my favorite fast bowler of all time. Many people have heard me say that. So Andy Roberts is right behind him. But he's been one that's been around the young ones for quite some time. And
I
has
think he has
been-
a passion for it. Eh?
Yeah, he does. And it shows. It shows. And just yesterday, I was having a conversation with someone. When you talk to the present crop of South African fast bowlers, Kagiso Rugbada, the Anrik Nokia, they will all mention Otis Gibson and the work he did. This one is cut away in the air, but it is fine enough for that backward point fielder. Now in your frame will only retrieve. Jason Mohammed moves into the 90s, and he is within sight of going clear as the number one century maker for Trinidad and Tobago. Just 9 runs away.
He's on his 11th tie with Darren Ganga.
12, in fact.
12, sorry. Yeah.
I said the same thing in an interview with him. He said, "Hey, you're counting me backwards." he's so in fact it's 13. But he is tied with Darren Ganga. That means that the stat is wrong. This one again cut away, but it will only be one. The fielder Henry was brought just a bit finer. So Jason Mohammed here eyeing up another century. And when he gets that century, he will be, he would have accomplished. I mentioned this to you when he came into bat. He would have, will accomplish something he set out at the beginning of the season, to get 2 centuries in this tournament.
But I think this is what batsmen have to do. You have to set a plan, a target, or a plan what you comes in with. And when you achieve it, you know your work is well done.
Django just riding the bounce of the ball. And down to third. Kamal Puran will do the fielding.
191 for 3.
181 in fact.
181, sorry. After 46 overs, Jason Mohammed is on 90. Mutara continuing from the northern end to Jason Mohammed, who's on 91. Short, but a little extra bounce coming on his back foot. Mutara in his third over, none for 6. Pushing it down to deep cover for easy single.
So this is after this match. So this is it. So Yato is not behind.
Yeah, this Mutara is in to Django. Django on his back foot. He's in a deep cover.
Yeah, I know you.
184 for 3. Jason Mohammed on 92. Oh, that's good piece of fielding down there. They were running around for mid wicket. Picking up 2 runs there. Just paddling around to fine leg. Mohammed goes on to 93 at the end of this over. 186 for 3 after 47 overs. Seen a bowling change from the Sports and Physical Education Center. Yannick Otley replaces Primus. Jason Mohammed goes on to 93. Amir Django on 28. So we've seen a bowling change from the southern end. Yannick Otley comes on. Waiting for the side screen to move again. Yannick Otley left arm over the wicket.
Yeah, so you've been asking Dio to see Yannick back into the bowling lineup. And now just about 15 minutes or so away from the tea interval. Amir Django looking to use his feet and almost outsmarted there by Yannick Otley.
Otley only in his 4th over in this session. He had bowled 3 before the lunch. So this 186, as I said, 180, 190 around there, 200 closer T. and come back after tea session, you could end up with 290 in the day's play.
Well, they may very well go past the 200.
Yeah.
You said close to 200. About half an hour after lunch, you were saying close to 200. At the drinks break, you said close to 200. But at this rate,
Yeah, they could.
I think Jason Mohammed will get his 100, and they will pass 200.
I think this strip, this ground and the wicket is a 300 days play.
Jang is backing across and punching down to long on. So as we're talking about statistics and whether or not Jason Mohammed gets that 100, he has been prolific for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And talking about statistics, at the beginning of this round of play, Mikhail Louis was the top run scorer in the tournament at 417 runs. Kevin Sinclair was second. Would you believe it? And 412. Sunil Ambris, 359. Kevin Wickham on 347. And Jonathan Drakes on 343. Those were your top 5 batters in this tournament.
So we see Yannick got a little bit bullish with Jason Mohammed, waiting again for the side screen to move for the right hand batsman.
So yet another movement of the side screen. It's a side screen. Today the way it's moving, it's a side screen. It's moving side to side. It's a side screen today.
It's a short ball from Yannick Gottlieb pulling it through mid wicket and picking up 3 runs.
Yeah, so Django getting some momentum. Jason Mohammed, itching ever closer to
95?
that 100.
95? 96.
Now 96. So just gave you the top 5 batters in the tournament. The top 5 wicket takers are Jomel Warakan with 30, Joshua Bishop with 29, Jeremiah Louis with 29, Ashmead Ned with 27, and a big Rakeem Cornwall with 27. Those are your top 5 wicket takers in this tournament. And of course, these are stats I'm giving as prior to the start of this round of matches, the 6th round of matches. Just 1 round to go. The highest scores in the tournament to date, Kevin Sinclair's 165 not out stands at the top. Chadwick Walton's 163 is next. Kavim Hodges 158 not out. West Indies skipper Craig Brathwaite has a 142 next, and Kevin Wickham with a 139. So those are the top 5 highest scores in the tournament. And the best bowling figures, the young chap who's bowling from the other end, Zishan Mutara, 7 for 108. The best bowling figures in the tournament. Jomel Warakan next on 6 for 31. Big Rakeem Cornwall 6 for 61. And Daniel Cyrus with a 6 for 72. And Ashmead Ned with 6 for 78. Those are your best bowling figures in the tournament. The top 5 batting averages in the tournament. Justin Greaves on averaging 82. He's only played the 2 matches. Kevin Sinclair has played all 5 rounds and averages 68 with the bat. Amir Jangu, this is his, has played 3 games before this one and averages 65. Jonathan Carter averages 64 in 3 games. And Kevin Wickham, 4 out of the 5 rounds he's played and averages 57.
Still waiting for the side screen to move.
And talking about batting averages, there's only one player with multiple centuries in the tournament so far, and that's Mikhail Louis. Funny enough, those centuries came all in one game because he scored a century in the first innings and then scored a century in the second innings for the Leeward Islands. Chadwick Walton, Jonathan Carter, Jonathan Drakes, Jed Gooley, Jason Mohammed. Well, Jason Mohammed will now move up. If he gets the remaining 4 runs that he needs, will now move up with Mikhail Louis to 2 in the season. Craig Brathwaite, Kaveem Hodge, Kieran Powell, Kevin Sinclair, Kevin Wickham, Sunil Ambrose, Teddy Bishop, Tevin Imlach, and Tion Webster, all with centuries in this season's 4-day championship. And with 2 rounds to go, the only one that can't add to his tally will be Tion Webster because he's missing this game and it's unlikely that he's going to be playing the next round of matches as well.
I think he has a concussion.
But there you go. There's that headache I'm talking about. When you look at a Kevin Sinclair averaging 65 as this one is drilled behind point, and that's amazing feeling, is it? We get to see it again. We can confirm. The umpire looks. The umpire says.
It's a brilliant piece of feeling there. Good shot by Amir Jangu first, and
Yeah,
Kamil
that's
Puran
good.
running around at good speed, stopping that ball inches from the rope.
Yeah, so he's going to pick up 3 runs. We get to see it back, and as you said, Kamil Puran running back at full tilt, giving it his all. The ball beat him in a race earlier in the day. This occasion, pulling it mere inches inside
Brilliant
of
piece
that
of
rope.
feeling. That's a brilliant piece of feeling.
7 runs from the over from 7 runs from the over as Yogzi Shad Matara comes back in from the northern end, the gymnasium end.
3 overs, none for 10 so far from Yamutara.
Django should like this matchup. The ball
193
tilting
for
into him.
3 in 48 overs.
Yeah, so I was about to tell you, you see, that's the headache that I don't want. Look at all these guys with multiple big scores and all these guys with averaging over 60. Yannick Otley with a bit of chasing here to do. And Django will pick himself up a brace.
2 runs to him. Takes the total to 195 for 3.
And this possibly could be the final over before tea. Again, with spinners in operation, you're allowed to sneak in the extra.
Django goes on to 34.
It hasn't been the most fluent Amir Django innings, but importantly, he stayed there with Mohammed. They've built a partnership. And as the afternoon has progressed, they have now carried the scoring rate back over 4 to the over.
This is patient, you're patient and you wait until they come into your zone now. His last 20 runs was really fluent. They're a bit short outside here or something. Django cutting it to point.
by the mannerisms and the walking of Amir Jangu and Jason Mohammed, not waiting on the umpire. It is going to be the tea interval here on day one. And just before we go off in the tea interval, just want to bring you up to date on some of the other matches that are happening around the championship. Guyana Harpy Eagles have progressed to 109 for 6, batting first against the Jamaica Scorpions. The Windward Islands Volcanoes have been bowled out for 162. They did not bat for 50 overs. They only batted for 148.3 overs. So the academy doing well to bowl out the Volcanoes. Barbados Pride have progressed to 177 for 1 after 59 overs. And here in this one, the encounter between the combined campuses and colleges and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Red Force have moved on from their lunchtime total of 103 for 2 to 195 for 3. So some 92 runs coming in the session. Just the one wicket to go down, that of Keon Otley, falling to Goodrich off the first delivery after lunch. And we have just about a 20-minute break for the tea interval. When we come back, the afternoon session with Jason Mohammed not out on 94, Amir Jangu not out on 34, and Jason Mohammed eyeing up yet another first-class century. But for now, from the UE Sports and Physical Education Center, the Sir Frank Worrell Ground, it's so long for now. So into the final session we go, and the man in the screenshot, the one with the helmet on and the bat in hand, gloves on, Jason Mohammed, is not out on a 96. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 195 for 3. They've batted 49 overs in the day, so they've been scoring at just about 4 runs to the over for the better part of the day. And now that we're going into this afternoon session, Mari Goodridge, it looks like, will take the ball to start. And he's been the pick of the bowlers, all 3 wickets going to his name, Mari Goodridge. He's bowled with a good pace. For the most part, has been line and length, whether it's a left hand or right hand batter. Of course, remember earlier in the day, the CCC, they won the toss, and Shamar Brooks, the captain, deciding that he wanted to take to the field first. It's been a bit of a toil in the field as Diona Ryan joins me, and Goodridge is off and running. Looking to cut and almost playing on is Jason Mohammed. Looking immediately after lunch, and it just seemed that to sound like the ball did actually hit the stump. It hit the under edge of the bat, and then it seemed to hit the stump. Oh no, it was far away. But Goodridge just seemed to be a little perturbed by something. And it almost played out exactly like the first ball after lunch. Diona Ryan, welcome back to the commentary.
Yes. We come back here at 195 for 3, and we see Goodridge is into, will be bowling to Jason Mohammed on 96. Excellent inning so far. Chanceless inning, if I could recall correctly. And it will be a well-deserved 100. His 13 first-class 100.
So of course, he still has 4 runs to get there, and throughout his innings, he came in, Jason Mohammed, when 2 wickets were down, when Jed Gooley was bowled by that beauty from Goodridge that just touched down and came back in and took the top of his off stump, leaving alone was Jed Gooley. And Jason Mohammed just eased his way into his innings, and once he settled and he played a couple of shots off of Roshan Primus, he just motored along, and this one will give him a 1-run closer. He's looking for the second, but Django is not interested.
Good piece of feeling there.
So he just seemed to motor along, and then about 15-20 minutes before lunch, he throttled back, played for lunch, and then after lunch he eased himself in, and then the middle period around the water break after lunch, he just kept going and was motoring along, and then eased back again just a few minutes before the tea interval. And it's expected that Jason Mohammed here, even with that single, yes, he's going to have it in his mind that he's just a couple of runs away from a century, but he is mature enough, and we know he's just going to ease himself back into his innings here. I mean, Django, on the other hand, flowing drive in the air, but in the gap, and the timing is sufficient. So Amir Django, after a couple of whooshes at the beginning of his innings, has found his timing.
The 200 for Trinidad. That's the 200 for Trinidad. That's a lovely cover by Amir Django there, just coming on his front foot and hitting it in the gap. You know, Jason Mohammed, that's a so far well constructed 97. Batted almost the first session and the second session.
Yeah, he spent the better part of 2.5 hours at the crease already.
137 balls.
Django feathers at one, or thinks about feathering at one, eventually leaving it late.
Django goes on to 38 after a struggle a bit in the beginning, but he has come on and looked fluent. Starting to play his shots.
It's been a bit of a toil since the second wicket for CCC. They've toiled in the field. And then when that wicket of Keon Otley was on 47 and looking good for a half century and more, Django gets enough width, drives outer half of the bat down to backward point, Kamil Puran returns and just one to Django. So when 201 for 3 at the end of the first over after tea, when that Keon Otley wicket fell, CCC probably had their hopes up of going bang, 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 and probably having the Red Force 5 or 6 down by the tea interval. It hasn't worked out that way, but they have had to toil a bit.
Yes, but you must give credit to the Trinidad Rifle batsman. They applied themselves perfectly, and they have done what the captain will want them to do. And he might still be hoping that both of them goes to the close of play.
So young Matara was bowling at just before the tea interval, and he will continue from the gymnasium end. Back and driving, but not finding the timing or the gap.
I think the wicket has flattened out perfectly now for batting. No sideway movement or no turn.
Back and cutting again is Django. Not finding his gaps. Just finding the fielders. And you feel like a shot is coming here. You feel like he's going to find a gap eventually.
Mutara in his 5th over.
Yeah, the googly. And we've seen his variations. I haven't seen him bowl a flipper though.
Nah. Just so far, just the leg break and googly.
Again, you've mentioned his age time and time again, just 17 years of age. So, still a long way to go in his career. Once he so chooses that cricket is his future. And we would hope that he will give you all those variations that we saw from some of the world-class leg spinners like a Shane Warne or a Rashid Khan.
You know, at 17 years, you know, and doing well, his future looks very good for him. You know, I think the West Indies Cricket Board should be investing in somebody coming down here and helping our spinners.
Pulled by Mohammed, just a half of a stop. He's going to get 2, will he? No, some good fielding here prevents him from getting 2. And Mohammed bows his head. So a 100-run partnership here. 203 for 3, a 100-run partnership between Django and Mohammed. Mohammed looked disappointed. I think he believed when he hit that one, he got the gap and he was going to get those runs to get to that magical figure.
Good partnership between two of them here. After losing 2 wickets. And then one after lunch, they came together and added a 100 partnership here.
Yeah, it was 103 when Keon Otley was dismissed for 47. Jason Mohammed sits on the 98. And there's a familiar face. One Akil Hussain is in the building, having a bit of a chatter with Coach David Furlong. Behind Akil is my favorite wicketkeeper. Of course, that was my era. David Williams, assistant coach. And then next to him, Anil Dungilakan. Championship winning Anil Dungilakan, Central Sports. Of course.
2 titles in 2 years, right?
Indeed. He's smiling from ear to ear, is Coach Dungilakan. And so very proud of him, though. He's been part of our production team for many a year. Tucked away, Mohammed gets 1. He's looking for 2. Will he get it? Yes, he does. And some sloppy fielding allows Jason Shadow Mohammed to get that he set out to do in this season, and that's get 2 centuries in the season. Here's his second one. 100 runs from 140 deliveries. Jason Mohammed, embraced by Amir Django and applauded by the entire Red Force team, including Akil Hussain and some others who are here at the ground, and applauded by all the Red Force supporters just to the left of us. Jason Mohammed.
Magnificent 100 here today by Jason Mohammed. Batted super through his innings. Chanceless 100.
Just reminding them of his name, reminding them of his number, and reminding him that he doesn't hear the noise. They can talk all they want, but he is the one and only Jason Shadow Mohammed, and shown all his class today, do you know?
Yes, definitely so. Batted well.
And just back and guiding a favored shot of his behind point down to third, in fact, and just one.
You know, when you look at it, when he came in the fall of the second wicket, he batted well, within his means, never went beyond it, and he has been rewarded with his 100 here for Trinidad, and to help Trinidad and Tobago Red Force continue going on.
Yeah, so definitely eyeing up possibly 300 in the day. And if they do get to 300 in the day, it will be quite the task, quite the accomplishment. Of course, they're still 44 runs away from their first set of bonus points. And knowing the management team of the Red Force unit, they are always on top of these things. Sebastian Kadir and David Williams and Riyad Emrit, Coach Furlong, they will be aware that bonus points are on offer, and the players will know that as well. So personal milestones are accomplished. Let's get to the team milestones and the team accomplishments now.
I think I can't see Trinidad not scoring 300 runs at the end of today's play.
Yeah, it may take something special like that opening spell from Blades and Goodridge to really peg them back and then create the opportunities possibly for the other bowlers. Shama Brooks has continued after tea here that tactic. Seamers from one end, the southern end, and spinners from the gymnasium end here.
As Django continues to look good, you know, coming into his own and batting, playing all his ball on his merit.
And just touching it into the gully region, looking for one.
Smart feeling by Yannick Otley there, moving around to his left, picking up on his left side, his strong side.
Yeah, so they have batted for about 15 minutes so far since the tea interval, and you can see that they're now that the milestone is out of the way, they're looking to press the accelerator and push on the Red Force batters. Driven, and half of a hand won't stop it, will it? Yes, it just holds it up enough for Kamil Puran to run around from backward point.
Kamil Puran running around quickly and stopping that ball. I think Trinidad has to get over 400 runs in this game if they're looking to win this game outright in their first inning, and they are in a good position to reach that total.
Yeah, and of course they will back that bowling lineup that they have. Of course, there's no Tion Webster, but they do have the depth of having Shannon Gabriel and Carrie Pierre, Anderson Phillip.
I think Anderson Phillip is in about 23 wickets for this season.
Yeah, he's in
Carrie
the top
Pierre's on
5.
19. Carrie Pierre 19 wickets.
Yeah.
See Motara picking it up from the gymnasium end. He's gone 5 overs, none for 13.
Yeah, so an innings run rate of 4. And he's gone at less than 3 to the over. That's
And our leg spinner.
good going from the young chap. And you feel it's just a matter of time before he picks up that wicket. He's been quite controlled. Hasn't given many bad balls away. Nice flighted delivery, this one.
Yeah. You know, surprisingly, if you look at this tournament this year, a lot of spinners getting wicket in Jamaica. Eh? The game, the football played in Jamaica. Kamara Lewis got 4 in an I saw, bowling off spin.
Floated up this one again. And it's cut down to backward point and into the boundary. As easy as you like. And that's how you celebrate your 100. You hit a boundary. You've gotten to the 100. You've taken a single. And then you hit a boundary.
The Jamaican Scorpion game is playing in Jamaica right now.
Yeah, that's the game playing at Sabina Park. And we'll go back in to those scores in a moment. Of course, they're an hour behind us. So it's now just after 2 o'clock in Jamaica. So they're coming up on their tea interval.
Two run 12 for 3. We're in the 53rd over. I think we'll see Jason Mohammed will be a little more aggressive now. After putting this 100 beyond him. It's a big relief after scoring that, getting to the 100.
Loud appeal. But definitely looked like he was outside the off
Quite
stump.
down the line. Chipping down for the delivery.
Yeah, he's been one of the batters, the only batter to use his feet to the spinners so far. Back and looking to cut again. He loves that little dab shot and cutting behind point and guiding down to third.
Well, with Matara, a little his height bowling, he will get a little more bounce, so that definitely will be the shot in play.
So, end of another over. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force progressing to 215 for 3. Jason Shadow Mohammed, 108 from 147. Definitely the star of the day. And if you have missed it, this was the moment. He tucked one into the leg side, went for one, and the errand to throw. With Amir Jangus back to him, he ran off and called him through. Arms aloft, and Jason Mohammed with the second run there, having his 13th and notched up his 13th first class century for the Red Force, and letting them know, this is my name, this is my number. I've heard all the talk, I don't hear you. I am Jason Shadow Mohammed. Back live now, Goodrich to Django, who pulls, and down to the boundary. No,
and mid wicket boundary. Short, getting up on top of it, hitting it hard through mid wicket for 4. Carries him to 45, 46. Sorry.
So you talked about it, D9. When would the short pitch bowling come in? I think Goodrich is now looking for it.
I think it's a little too late.
And it follows up a
I think when the ball is hard and new and shiny, that's when you need it.
you tell them, smell the leather. But he does have a fine leg. He does have a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. So maybe the short ball coming again. He went short full.
216 for 3. Trinidad well placed in this first day of the game.
Again, back of a length, but offside this time. Django has enough room to free his arms. Guide down to backward point. Kamil Puran been patrolling that boundary down there at backward point.
I think one thing about the CCC team, they are still lively on the field. All have been, they are there to their backs to the wall. They are still looking lively and energetic on the field. That tells you these guys are fit.
And of course, kudos to Floyd Reefer, Pedro Collins, Nadra, Dorica Batiste, the entire management and coaching staff of the CCC unit. Back of a length, and Mohammed, that Calypso shot, as they call it, that one-legged pull shot, but only finding the square leg fielder.
I think Goddard with this spell coming back is looking like a little short-sighted. All a couple of deliveries back to length.
And you can hear Richards behind the stumps geeing up the men.
Boss say I'm a bit impressed with him with his keeping so far.
Yeah, he's been very sure-footed and sure-handed behind the sticks. Of course, he took that wonderful catch to dismiss Vikash Mohan, the first wicket that went down. The replay would show that it possibly would not have gotten to first slip, and he judged it well, did Richards. Took the dive out and gobbled it up.
Good weather here, the sun, all its glory here, very hot.
A little bit fuller and just turned away past the mid-on fielder. Timing not quite there, pulled up now. And McCarthy it is.
That credit to 220 for 3. Jason Mohammed looking with ease now, hitting the ball any way he wants to hit it.
Yeah, no, cameraman just signaled to me that Mutara was just telling him that the pitch is flat.
I think Mutara take too long to realize that.
I think Ray Charles could see it as flat. But this is, despite the boundaries, good bowling here from Goodridge. And of course, the pick of the bowlers here for CCC today, 3 for 37 from his 13 overs, Amari Goodridge. Jediah Blades doing well, 10 overs and 35 runs. Mutara has been economical. Graves and Primus took some stick in the middle part of the first hour, the first session. Graves coming back well in the second session.
I think even though the Trinidad batsmen are doing well with it, they're picking up the runs at well, but CCC is trying to defend here now, and I think they have done well in the last 5 overs. If you see the Shamara Brooks, the skipper, the field is a more defensive field he has for his bowlers now.
Yeah, so for the better part of the first 2 sessions, he had 2 and 3 slips in play. Generally has had at least one when his spinners are in operation. And he's going to continue with a slip here for Django.
Mutara to pick it up from this northern end. Slip cover, mid off, deep cover. Mid wicket, backward square, and short mid wicket.
Yeah, so offering some cover both sides of the pitch. Sweeper on the offside, sweeper on the leg side.
I think it's a bit difficult to defend both sides of our wicket. I think this captain should be looking, the bowler himself and the captain to defend one side. But they have stopped the flow of runs in the last 5 overs. I think just 2 boundaries. See, Otley going to cover point now. Short cover, deep cover. And I'm made off.
Yeah, so just a slight hold up as again with the left hand right hand combination at the crease. We have the sight screen needing to be moved. There's that sweeper on the offside coming into the play. Yeah, so with the left arm right arm combination of batting, every ball that they change over, the ground staff is going to be called upon to move that sight screen. And umpire Taylor has just told them, don't move, stay behind the sight screen, because when the batters change, I want you to move the sight screen. And you can see the sight screen there, and you can see the white tent. There are 2 white tents behind there. The second of those white tents in the frame is where the ground staff is seated. So it's quite a little way for them to jog to get to the sight screen. And you can see them just standing behind now as they open one of the gates behind the sight screen, so they can sit on the stairs of the gymnasium and not be too far away. A bit shorter here.
A little more bunks in this one.
Yeah, I think that's because he slowed up his pace here considerably.
And the height he comes from. .221 for Trivi in the 55th over. And Trinidad Red Force moving along nicely here.
Pushed confidently by Mohammed.
So he has a backward point cover, short extra cover, and a deep cover. So trying to stifle the runs a bit here now. Coming on his back foot, playing to mid wicket to Otley. Tara into his 7th over. None for 18 so far. Bowling pretty well. With a track very flat now.
Half of an appeal.
Jason coming down the track and just using his pad.
So the end.
With 221 for 3 now, I think 300 is really on the card he's to get.
Yeah, still with the better part of an hour and a half to go, 90 minutes in the day's play officially. And kite flying season in Trinidad and Tobago. Run rate still just in and about 4 runs to the over.
It's a bowling change at the top end.
So Damel Evelyn Evelyn will come into the bowling attack. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force score at 221 for 3.
This is the first time we have seen them playing on show for today. Looks like to be a fast medium pace. I think now Shamara Brooks is looking at other options now.
Yeah, he has to find a way possibly to buy a wicket here if he can. Because the longer that these two bat, Amir Django 2 away from a first class to half century. Jason Mohammed well set and looking more and more comfortable by the minute. Looking for the second. The throw is in. It's too high. And Amir Django, similar to Jason Mohammed, uses a bit of a sloppy fielding, takes advantage, gets the second run, and gets to a personal milestone.
Well played, Jamil Django. Good knock from him today. Struggled a bit in his early, but he has come on well. And in the last hour or so, he has looked fluent.
Amir Django, yet another first class 50 to his name.
Continuing from the Barbados game, 93 not out and 37.
Looking, stretching for this one, and the cries of catch it, but somehow Amir Django found the gap behind point and placed it wide enough of Kamalpura and picked himself up a boundary. It's now moved on at 54 as a Django.
221 for 3 when the 56th over. Again now Trinidad starting to score fluently now and picking up the pace. Shamara Brooks continue now with 2 slip with Lewis bowling. The wicket really has flattened out immense now since the start of play.
This one driven nicely. It won't get to the boundary, but
Chase all the way and stop just before the fence.
Still gets 2 runs. So Django, just like Mohammed, just seemed to get to that milestone and just settle down even more.
A landmark he got, and he will just keep on pressing it here now. Think see a slight adjustment, 1 slip and the second one going to 2 slip.
Driven confidently past McCarthy, and as he signals now McCarthy, and as umpire Rajkumar does as well, 4 more to Amir Django.
It's a shot of batsman in form, just coming in the front line, hitting it over long off, short. That's a sign of a batsman is in good form now, seeing the ball big.
Cut. Only to the field at backward point. And that delivery brings us to the end of another over. And just a bit of a breather here for Django and Mohammed.
33 for 3, Red Force. We're in the 57th over. Motara picking it up from the gymnasium end.
Cut down to backward point again, and the aggressiveness has transitioned, Deo, from not just those powerful shots, but they are running aggressively, turning ones into twos.
This is when the batsmen are confident now, and they are on top of this bowling, picking up runs at will. Mutara still holding that line to the batsmen and them. This is where the two batsmen should take up the task and, you know, grind them to the ground.
Nicely floated. And Mohammed again looking to use his feet. And the energy levels continue to be up for CCC, even though they are a bit behind the pump in this one. Dragged down, pulled away, in the air, bouncing and bouncing over the mid-wicket boundary. So Jason Mohammed picks himself up another 4 runs here.
Short ball from Mutara. Jason is back foot and hard through mid-wicket for 4. 1 bounce into the fence. Really, it was the first really short ball I've seen from Mutara for the last 5 overs.
So he's overcompensated and gone too full on this occasion as Motara.
Mutara in his 8th over and done for 24.
You think he's getting a bit tired as a young chap. Turned away, back with a square. Just 1. Brings us to the end of another over. At the end of the over, 239 for 3. 47 to Otley, 113 to Mohammed, and 60 for Django. The standout scores for the Red Force.
I think Shamara Brooks has to find a way now to get a wicket. But the runs leaking a bit now, starting to leak. He has to find a way to pick up a wicket here. He has gone back to Elvin. His first over costing 12 runs. 240 for 3. Jason Mohammed on 114. Amir Django on 60. Shamarbo still persisting with 2 slip. See now, excellent luck from Jason Mohammed today here. Reaching his 13th century in first class cricket. Again, we are hold up here for the side screen to be moved. Been just on around middle and leg. Jason turning it to mid wicket, no runs. Surprising Shamara Brooks come on and bowl a couple of overs.
Yeah, he can also turn over his arm.
He's a good leg spinner, fairly decent leg spinner. He bowled for West Indies.
There's a loud appeal. It did brush something, but to my estimation, possibly just brushing the pad. Yeah, it just seemed to brush the pad as it went through.
Removing the second strip now, putting him short mid wicket in a catching position.
Yeah, just brushing the pad on its way through that one. So they have appeal to no avail. There's also the option of Kamil Puran. Kamil Puran can
Also
turn
medium
his,
pace.
yeah, he can turn his arm over. In the air, someone's on it.
Jason gonna turn the ball, hit the back of it, but went to mid off. Blaze running around, just running back and dropped it. Sorry, it's McCarthy. I think at this level, those catches supposed to be taken.
Yeah, it seemed elementary. Quite regulation. So you said a chanceless innings, and he gets his first chance at 115. Amir Django drives this one. Well, he's already scored 115. Let's see how many more that drop catch will cost them. Of course, when you're behind the 8 ball as they are now, the CCC team, you want those catches to be gobbled up. Just lift the spirits of the team again.
Especially, a simple catch like that. He just throttled back, got both hands straight, and it fell out.
Yeah, we always talk about batters when you get the ball early in your innings of the middle of the bat. It seems to just settle your nerves and settle you down. And I've always said that for a bowler, things like catches and brilliant fielding, taking wickets, just seems to settle a bowler, just give him added confidence. Don't know if Goodrich needs any additional confidence, but probably just for Evelyn, who's just coming to the bowling attack, that would have done his confidence a world of good. As we've come to the end of the over, 242 for 3.
It would have been a good decision bringing on Evelyn, getting a wicket.
Well, it's already a good decision because he's created the opportunity, and he's had an appeal a little while ago as well for a caught behind. Of course, just brushing the pad and not the bat.
.242 for 3 in the 59th over. Matara continues from the gymnasium end. Amir Django is facing.
Yeah, Matara, 8 overs, 24. As we catch a glimpse of a possible next superstar in the nets. Full toss and pulled away by Amir Django, right in the direction of where that little guy is practicing his bowling.
Full toss, Amir Django just launched and hit it hard through mid wicket for 4. Give him to him here. I think the 17-year-old may be showing a little sign of tiredness now with his shoulders.
Yeah. It's understandable. It is. You've mentioned time and time again, Dio, that it is mighty hot out here. Django advancing and padding one away. Likeness to one Jimmy Adams.
Django goes on a 65 now from 95 deliveries.
Somebody whispered to me about 2 overs ago that Django looks good for 100 here before the close of play.
He has a lot of time still.
There's still the better part of an hour and about 15 minutes to go. Short pulled in the air, up and away in the direction of the nets. Amir Django is on a tear here. As someone just said, beat bad bowling.
That brings up the Trinidad Red Force 250 for 3. Another short ball from Matara. Django get on his back foot and pulling it through mid-wicket. No one is on there. One bounce into the fence again. Again, a full toss and a long up in this over. Takes Django to 69. The Trinidad total is 250 for 3 with the 59th over. Coming on his back foot and stroking this one to deep cover. Picks up a easy single, goes to 70.
Yeah, well, shots like that one, Dale, he will get there with probably about half an hour to go in the day's play.
I think Matara is really showing a little sign of tiredness with his shoulder now.
Yeah, he's over-pitched a few, bowled a couple of full tosses and low full tosses, and have dragged it down a few as well. So I think it is time for him to just take a little bit of a breather.
He's starting to pull along the ball now. That's when your shoulder probably tired. You have to get his strength to bring it down now.
End of another over, 252 for 3. Jason Mohammed not out on 116. Amir Django not out on 70.
And that's drinks.
And that will be the final drinks interval, we think, for the first day of this round 6 encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges. So we'll take a few minutes to refresh ourselves, just as the umpires and the players are doing. And when we return, the final hour of play on day 1.
Just resume play after the water break. Evelyn into Jason Mohammed. Turning it backward a square. Shortman can run around and picking it up. That brings up the 150 partnership with Jason Mohammed and Amir Django. Leads at 153 for 3. Evelyn in his third over, none for 15, 2.2. Thing had McCarthy taking that catch, you know, it would be the ideal thing what the captain wanted, a breakthrough. Brought him on for that. Didn't work out. Django just stretching outside the house and playing it down to deep cover point, backward point. Picking up a single. Evelyn from the Sports and Physical Education Center. 253 for 3. Jason Mohammed on 117. Facing up. Just coming and guidance down the third man. Henry running around and picking up. Can't stop two. $256 for 3 now. Django on 71. We are in the 60th over of the day. Jason drive into mid on, no runs. Score remain on 256 for 3. Oh, and this is down the leg side. Keeper unable to take it. He got a edge. Sorry, got a edge on bat onto that one. It goes into the boundary for 4. Keeper unable to gather it. $260 for 3 now after 60 overs. Evelyn none for 22 from 3. Jason Mohammed goes on to 123. Amir Django on 71. The strike rate Trinidad is at 4.33, and I think this is exactly what the Trinidad see a bowling change. Mutara comes off and Romaro Greaves returns from the gymnasium end. He will be bowling to Amir Django. Romaro Graves before this 15 overs, none for 56. So we are waiting now to move this ice screen from the gymnasium in.
Yeah, so the left arm, left hand, right hand combination continuously rendering the ground staff busy. Amir Django into the 70s, Jason Mohammed into the 120s. Graves back into the attack. Floated up. So the TNT Red Force sit at 6th on the table, 6th or 7th?
6th.
With 51 points. They're 30 points adrift of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who are 81.2. They've now picked up, with the 250 on the board, they've now picked up 2 bonus points. Should they go on to get 400, as you indicated earlier, Deo, they should then pick up the 5 bonus points. And should they win outright, they would be well within that 20-point region.
Plus, they will, if they win outright, they will get bowling points, but they'll have 20 wickets taken.
Exactly. So let's average 20 points on offer here for the Red Force, and that would carry them up the table. Of course, the other results would determine where on the table they fall, because at present the Windward Islands Volcanoes, for example, are under the pump. The Academy have already bowled them out on day 1. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes, who are second on the table, have a bit of an uphill task to pull out a win in round 6. This one just dabbed behind square. Behind point, I beg your pardon. So
in the Trinidad, unfortunately, Trinidad first game, well, we are still rained out, but I think the second day, third day and fourth day was other issues.
Yeah, there was so much rain. I was there actually, because that was one of the games I did in the first round. I started off in Warner Park, and then when the rains came in St. Kitts, from the third day, I shifted across to Connery, and it was so much rain that for some odd reason, the Connery facility just never dried enough, especially around the square, to allow them to finish the game. It was finally called an abandoned game midway through the 4th day, and it's a bit unfortunate. Trinidad and Tobago could have probably been 3rd or 4th on the table had that game finished, because they were set on 200 and I think 20 or 230, somewhere around there, with Mohammed not out on 100. So we could estimate that they probably would have gotten at least the 250 score to get the first initial set of batting points, and put I think it was Guyana that we played, that put them under some pressure. Of course, it could have also gone the other direction, where we lost that game, and Guyana, instead of being 3rd on the table, would have been 1st.
I think Jamaica playing Leeward. No, Leeward's playing Barbados. That is a good encounter there, where Barbados is 3rd.
Yeah, so we'll go through that points table again in a moment. Django just dabbing away again through point. And you can hear the voice of Shamar Brooks and Demario Richards just encouraging the guys to keep working. And that's the nature of this longer format. You've got to keep working for longer periods in time. As bowlers, it's not just 24 deliveries.
Because if you want to get to the next level test cricket, it'll be it's 5 days, more grilling cricket.
Yeah, we've seen the likes of some of our greats like Ambrose and Walsh bowling 40 and 50 overs in a match or in an innings, depending on the opposition, depending on the conditions. Nicely played here by Mohammed. Back up the pitch.
Definitely running pretty quick to the wicket. .264 for 3. Just driving his ball, and that could be 4. That's a good shot coming on the front foot and hitting it. Cover point, no deep fields, man.
Yeah, he's played that cover drive numerous times today, has Jason Mohammed. It was the shot that got him going, if you recall, earlier in the day when he hit a couple of those shots. This one, not as much foot movement, but of course he got the width where he can just use the hands. And just that flick of the wrist on impact as well, giving it the crisp timing into the gap through extra cover.
Again, Jason coming on his front foot, going to backward square, taking the outer half of the bat and going to the backward square, picking up an easy single. 269 for 3. We're into the 62nd over of the day. So 28 overs left for the day. And at 269 for 3. I think we could say a 320s on the cards.
And the scoring rate has gone up a tad. It was hovering in and around 4 runs even to the over. It's now gone up to just over 4.25 runs to the over. It's 4.36. So definitely looks to be a score in excess of 300 by the end of the day.
If they continue this 4.3 over, Trinidad could end up about 345. .270 for 3. Jason Mohammed on 129. Amir Django on 75. Getting a hole up with the side screen to be moved. Again, Jason Mohammed just getting on top of this ball and hitting it, stroking it just a deep point for a single. That's the end of the over.
Yeah, 271 for 3 at the end of another over. Jason Mohammed on to 130 from 177 deliveries, and Django 75 from 107 deliveries, and the dugout of and players balcony of the combined campuses and colleges. Of course, thank you to Blue Waters, one of the partners of Cricket West Indies. And just to go back to those standings, for those who may have not seen the standings yet, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are top of the table, 81.2 points. Second, Windward Islands Volcanoes, 71.6. Barbados Pride are third on 67.4. The Guyana Harpy Eagles are fourth on 66.8. Jamaica Scorpions are fifth on 53.4. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are sixth on 51. The Academy, the West Indies Academy, are seventh on 49.8, and the combined campuses and colleges are eighth on 24.2. As Graves continues from the northern or gymnasium end. So basically, just 30 points separating the teams 1 to 7, and with 2 rounds to go. And all these bonus points on offer. Trinidad and Tobago notching up their batting bonus points here and looking to add on to it. It can be anybody's championship at this point, you would think.
I think Trinidad needs, they have a slight chance of getting there. They have to win the CC outright, have to beat Jamaica outright.
Driven by Mohammed. Just pick up the one.
Jamaica is playing Guyana.
Yeah, this present moment. And we'll go into some of the games that are presently going on. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago have to play this CCC team, and then they have to play Jamaica in the final round. CCC have to play TNT in this round and Guyana in the final round. CCC the only winless team in the tournament. Leeward Islands only losing once. Guyana Happy Eagles also have only lost once. But of course, they have that abandoned game that potentially robbed them of some points. Trinidad and Tobago are 2 for 2 and the abandoned game. So a really wonderful tournament when you look at it and you can see how close it is, and I think it renders well. And even with the Cricket West Indies with their updates and so on earlier in the week, and letting the public know about all the strategic plan and what's going on in and around the board and the administration, both with the men's and the women's game. Driven by Django. Just pick up the one down to long off.
It's good to see, in the 5 rounds so far, a lot of teams got over 300 runs on more than one occasion. So it is a sign of topping their game. And previously, I think last year or year before, there was a lot of low scores within this championship.
Yeah, I think for me, I think I would like to see this championship get back to a point because it used to happen once upon a time where it was home and away. I understand all the logistical nightmares and headaches you have when you have to fly, for example, a Leeward Islands team where you have 3 players from one island, 2 from another, 1 from another, and it does present a logistical nightmare, and I understand that, but I would love to see it be a home and away, and with 8 teams, 7 games, go to 14 games, where, for example, Trinidad and Tobago plays the combined campuses and colleges here as the away game, or plays probably at the Cave Hill campus in Barbados as the away game, and then play at the Brian Lara Academy as the home game for Trinidad and Tobago, or Guyana play 1 game in Georgetown and then 1 game in Sabina Park. That home and away, I think it lends itself to more cricket being played.
If my memory serves me well, I think one year in this tournament had a home and away. It reverted back to the same way the next year.
Of course, the inclusion of this CCC team, Yannick Otley back into the attacker. This one swept, the slug swept. His favorite shot, if you ask him, it may be his favorite shot. Amir Django up and over that tent. 6 runs.
That's a huge 6. It's gone over the fence.
Yeah, I think it's gone into the rugby field. Yeah, the gentleman running around there is retrieving the ball in the rugby field, or just by the bleachers by the rugby field. Yeah, Canada Hall in the background there.
Left arm motorist coming into Django. Django just stretching his foot down and hitting it hard over mid wicket and high.
Yeah, into the 80s. Into the 80s he goes. He's 82. Yeah, but of course, the more cricket that these young chaps play, especially the younger ones, and of course, this is where the benefit, and it's been wonderful. We mentioned this earlier in the day. It's wonderful to see the academy as part of this tournament. It's wonderful to see CCC as part of this tournament. Maybe we might consider now we can put the West Indies A team as part of this tournament. maybe get an invitational team as there was a couple of years ago where I think one of the county teams visited
Yeah.
and make it a 10-team tournament.
That's a great job by Django. Getting on his back when then through cover point, chase to the boundary. When reach there, they'll pick up 2 runs. I think one of the problem when they had the 2 wrongs, if I memory serves me right, funding was a problem for the West Indies Cricket Board, and it may be that again will end up back the problem here.
Yeah, that's where we always say thanks to people like Blue Waters and Macron and for their investment in the air. Django again, this time using his feet and lifting it. This time it's going further. This time it's definitely in the rugby field. Motara has to run back, but Amir Django on the charge here, quickly into the 90s.
And the rate they're going to Trinidad could end up at 350.
They might get that 400 tonight. Yeah, but just seemed like, as they passed their milestones, they just seem to
shift in another gear,
relax and just play so freely. But of course, as you mentioned, as we wait the retrieval of the ball, you mentioned that finance side of it. That's another headache. And that's all part of the logistical nightmare of putting on tournaments like these. And again, that's why we got to give kudos to Cricket West Indies for even having the tournament and being able to put it on not in one venue, as we had to do because of COVID, for example. We had to do things in one venue with everybody in one location inside of a bubble. Played down nicely by Django. So now that they've gotten to this point where we can have the tournament, and it's not just the 6 regular territorial franchises, we now have CCC and the academy. We must applaud the Cricket West Indies board. Turned away around the corner. Will it beat the fielder? No, it won't. Motara comes around from long leg, and not before Django completes a couple of runs. And those couple of runs, it takes him on to 92, the end of another over. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force racing along here now to better than 4.5 runs to the over, 289 for 3. And a bit of a break here just for the batters to change some of their gear, have a quick drink. And giving Shamar Brooks the opportunity to have a little rethink of his strategy here too.
I think that's sure right. He has to rethink this because in the last 4 overs, the Red Force have been really into another gear. I think it's almost nearly 42 runs scored. This last over from Yannick Otley has already gone for almost 15 runs.
Yeah, in fact, it went for 16 because it was the 2 sixes and then 2 sets of 2 runs. So while the players just take a bit of a break for some kit revival for the batters, we'll take a short break and rejoin you in about a minute's time. So after the last expensive Yannick Otley over, a good over there from Graves. After just a bit of a break, some equipment upgrade for the batters. And Yannick Otley will be looking here now as he comes into the attack and continues in the attack. He'll be looking to do a little bit better than he did his last over. Last over going for 16 runs. Amir Django taking a liking to him.
He's always an economical bowler, but you will have it will come days when you're bowling to left-hander, you're going to get that kind of treatment. So
I think when it doesn't matter left or right-handed batter, when they're on song, as Jason Mohammed is. Amir Django was one hit away from a well-played century. Jason Mohammed is eyeing up a 150. Plays defensively.
Two 294 for 3. Sorry, 292 for 3. We're in the 66 over. Jason just coming and leaning on it at a backward point. No runs. Otley just throwing up a bit now. After being taken to the cleaners in the last over by Django. Again, Trinidad Red Force well set here for a huge total.
Yeah, he loves that shot that does Jason Shadow Mohammed.
Run down into the boundary for 4.
He's playing that shot probably about 7 or 8 times today. And about 80% of the times he's played the shot, he's earned himself a boundary down there at a third man. Jason Mohammed moves on to 136.
That's a big knock by Jason Mohammed today for the Red Force team. And he continues to still bat. Amir Django on 94.
Yeah, this is his 12th. Just past the outstretched hand of the bowler Otley. This is his 12th first class half century Django. As we come to the end of the over, 296 for 3. And the bowlers, Blades, Goodrich, Graves, Primus, Otley, Mutara and Evelyn. All coming under the pump, saving apart Goodrich, the one to pick up the wickets. His 12th first class half century, Amir Django. And should he get those 6 runs, will be a maiden first class 100 for the young man from St. James in Trinidad.
Batted well, and I think he deserves 100 here today. Batted well after the fall of the 3rd wicket. Came in here and looked the part of it. He could take a couple balls to really get off. He looked a bit in and out of it, but after about 20 deliveries, he started to get into his stride and looked really, really good.
Yeah, that first part of his innings was really gritty.
He went about 16 or 17 balls for 1 run.
Yeah, and he faced those 17 deliveries and played 20 shots.
Yeah. See Graves now from the gymnastic end continuing.
Yeah, Romario Graves, his figures are not going to show how well he's bowled. Because
when he came in his second spell and started to bowl slower and flighted, he looked far better.
Yeah, the first part of his spell this morning, he had that 1 over in the first hour. And then closer to lunchtime, he had a few more overs and he took some tap from Keon Otley and Jason Mohammed. And then after lunch, once Otley was out and Graves returned to the bowling lineup, even with Jason Mohammed going, he was able to keep him quiet.
Yes, I think Keon Otley went into him in the over and struck him for 2-6 over cover. He's gone 64 in his 19th over. As you rightly said, it will not look, but how well he bowled.
Yeah, because found a rhythm. He's found his spots. He's gotten a bit of grip from time to time. He's used the elements well, because when he's bowling from this end, he's used that wind coming from the northeast to drift the ball in and turn it even further into the right-handers. And was that a drop chance again? We saw one of those from Richards earlier in the day. Of course, it's difficult being blinded by the batter. I think it's off the thigh pad. Jason Mohammed rocks his head back. He feels he's missed out. Full delivery, driven. It won't get to the boundary, we don't think. Fielder out there. The big unit of Evelyn out there. Is it Evelyn or Blades? So 299 at the end of the over. 299 for 3. And I told you that tractor is going to be tired at the end of the day. You can see how tired the tractor is. And the driver is full of energy.
Trinidad nearing 300. Only 67 overs bowled so far.
Yeah, 4.5 to the over.
That's a very good scoring rate for a 4-day game. Seeing Yannick Otley continuing from the Sport and Physical Education Center at the University of the West Indies here.
Half of an appeal.
See, Yannick has put a deep mid wicket now for Amir Django.
I tell you, if he connects those two fielders, one in front of square, one behind square, leg side, they're not going to matter. Because he hit the two balls into the rugby field, one into the rugby field and one into the bleachers by the rugby field. In the air, straight and into the fencing. What's the signal? It's 4 runs, just short. He's moved on to 99. We thought it went all the way.
That's a 300 for Trinidad Red Force. 301 for 3. That brings up the 200 partnership between Amir Django and Jason Mohammed. I've really toted on with 2 Trinidad and Tobago into this position.
And almost the biggest heartbreak and the hardest, probably. It's never fun to get out on 99. And this one, a straightforward catch into the hands of a first slip. Is that the skipper at first slip? Yes, it's the skipper. Is it? Yes, it is the skipper at first slip. And he has put down, by his standards, Shamar Brooks has put down a sitter. Amir Django is on 99. He's been given a life as Amir Django on 99. Well, we can expect this next delivery to go somewhere over the boundary. In fact, he just tucks it backward of square. And that single will give Amir Django his maiden first-class 100. Gritty at the start, fluent as ever. The young lad from St. James, the former Fatima College boy, and now a wicketkeeper batter for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the big smile tells you it's almost a relief. He's finally gotten a first-class 100. He has a multitude, a multiplicity of hundreds at club level and franchise cricket level and all the other cricket he's played. He's now notched up one in first class cricket and in the colors of his nation. Amir Django, take a bow.
Magnificent 100 by this young man here today. Batted well throughout his inning. And must say it's a pleasure watching him get his 100 here today.
And it's come at a very good strike rate as well, just under 80, 78 to be exact. 100 runs from just 128 deliveries, 10 fours and 2 mighty sixes. Those 2 sixes that he put into the rugby field to the western side of the spec facility here at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. And Shamar Brooks, you can see he's almost shaking his head because he put him down on a 99. And the very next ball, Django just turned it backward square and took the single.
304 for 3 in the 68 over. Still 22 overs to go for the day's play.
Yeah, so some additional bonus points being notched up here. Batting bonus points being notched up here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Django coming back to get 100 and 128 ball. That's excellent.
Yeah, and as Deo mentioned a couple deliveries ago, he took about 17 of those 128 deliveries to get 1 run. So he's basically scored 99 from about 110 deliveries. 111 deliveries.
If CCC gets the ball there, 90 overs to the Trinidad could well be under about 350, 360.
Well, I think your averages are continuously going up. Our producer whispered to me 450 by the end of the day. I told him he's a madman. And now he's backing down and telling me that they're going to declare on 450. But you did mention earlier in the day, Deo, that the position that the Red Force have found themselves in, they can definitely look at batting once in this game.
Yeah. But you have to think that way. You have to get 450.
Yeah, of course, 450. Anywhere between 450 and 499, they will get substantial bonus points, batting bonus points. And of course, those bonus points are counted and checked within the first 110 overs of the innings. So still quite a long way to go by overs count. Just Mohammed just tucks around the corner and
The
takes
light
a
is very
single.
bright still, so we may go a little later than normal close of play here.
The scheduled close of play is just about 5:05 in the afternoon, Eastern Caribbean time. And once light and weather permits, we can go as late as 5:35. 5:30, 5:35. Django cuts powerfully, but only finds the fielder.
And then 306 for 3. That's the end of the 69th over. Jason Mohammed on 139. Amir Django on 101. As you see the Trinidad Red Force camp, they're very, very happy. Relax, relieve.
Joshua Da Silva has been padded up since the fall of the Keon Otley wicket.
First ball after lunch.
First ball after lunch, which was 12:43. Joshua Da Silva has been padded up for the better part of 4 hours. But even in him being padded up for the better part of 4 hours, he's going to be happy because as a captain, you're seeing that your batting unit is putting on a show and setting a platform that it now gives him as the captain an ease of mind that, hey, we can now press forward and look for an outright victory in this game. Bat once, bowl them out twice. So, of course, probably looking to bat to the end of the day, the Red Force. Come back tomorrow, bat for some time, and in the sweltering heat, have the CCC unit out there for a bit, and get to that score of 450, 475, as you mentioned, and then put them into bat under the heat.
Trinidad could bat about an hour and a half into tomorrow's play.
Yeah, and possibly put them in just before lunch and unleash Anderson Phillip and Shannon Gabriel at them in that half an hour. Maybe even Terrence Hines, depending on the surface as well. You may find a Carrie Pierre or Brian Charles coming in to the mix. All about the tactics in this game now. Definitely the upper hand, and the pendulum firmly on the side of the Red Force at this present moment.
They are ahead of this game at this point in time, 306. And only the 670th over just completed.
And we haven't seen Amari Goodrich bowl for quite some time. And with the game progressing as it is, would you, as the coach or even the captain, be tempted to go back to your strike bowlers at this point?
Of course, you know, he's the only guy the only man who have picked up the 3 wickets here today. After the water break, he hasn't come back on.
Yeah, so Goodrich is strike bowler, the pick of the bowlers. Of course, the other strike bowler, Jediah Blades, who bowled really well up front this morning. Brooks continues with his spinner in Greaves. This one driven and exquisitely timed by Amir Django. He's gonna beat the extra cover fielder and find that gap at the extra cover boundary. What a shot.
Lovely shot by Amir Django. Pure class. The long off didn't have no chance stopping that delivery. There was a short extra cover and a cover, and he hit it between both of them.
So we've looked at what possibly the Red Force can do, and what Shamar Brooks might be thinking of doing now to try and claw their way back into the game for the CCC. In the air, and it's over the sight screen and into the foyer of the gymnasium. Amir Django, a bit of an overpitched delivery, it must be said, but it still had to be hit.
Well flighted, and Amir Django just stepping down and hitting it straight over the bowler head for 6.
So we know that he has to do something different, does Shamar Brooks, to try and pry a wicket or two here. When they do come to bat, what would their approach be like?
Well, it will have to be the first thinking is bat out the evening tomorrow when they bat, and continue as long as possible. The first thing is to save the follow on to get to that mark, because the 450 will be a huge total. It could be more too.
This one turned away by Mohammed.
When you're on the field for a day and a half, it takes a lot of toil. It takes toil on your body, your mental thinking itself.
As we see the shadows begin to lengthen, no pun intended, with Jason Mohammed at the non-striker's end. But that gives you an idea of the time of day.
Drinks for this hour.
Yeah, and that actually tells you, if they're taking a drinks interval now, that tells you that the umpires have the intention of going beyond the official close of play, which is scheduled in and around 5 Eastern Caribbean time. So this drinks break is again to allow the players to refresh themselves to go into possibly another hour or 45 minutes of play. So while the players and the umpires get some refreshments, so will we. The CWI 4-day championship, TNT Red Force versus the combined campuses and colleges. So the final, we think, Blue Waters drinks interval for the afternoon, for the day. I said that 2 drinks intervals ago. But it is mighty hot out here in St. Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago. And my producer is having a lot of fun today. I don't know what he's had for lunch. I tell you, we're wondering what Django and Mohammed have had for lunch, because they've soldiered on. This one, a cutaway by Mohammed, and an easy single out to that sweeper on the offside. 319 in fact, for 3 at the end of an over. And of course, it is a very special day around the world for all our Islamic brothers and sisters. And on behalf of Cricket West Indies, the entire administration from President Kishore, Vice President Bassarat, and all the board members and staff at Cricket West Indies, we want to wish each and everyone an Eid Mubarak. And for those in Trinidad, we hope, unlike my producer, I hope you do get some wine and other delicacies and so on. But definitely a wonderful day here in Trinidad and Tobago, as it is around the world for all Islamic brothers and sisters. And definitely a celebration. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are celebrating with runs. Jason Mohammed in the air, just short of Matara. And he gets a steer down from the bowler. But he just seemed to misjudge it just ever so slightly, Matara, the trajectory of the ball. He initially was going for it, then he stopped. And probably the best decision, because if he misjudged the trajectory, he could have got himself in a lot of problems.
Yeah, he just held back a bit on it. I think he just misjudged it for a little while. Jason coming along the wicket and hitting it long on.
So a chance of sorts created here by Graves. And again, Graves has been very good since the fall of the Otley wicket in his second spell, the spell since after lunch, his second and third spells. Django sweeps, conviction, Mr. Boundary meet Mr. Ball. Amir Django with another boundary here.
That's a well flighted delivery. Django on his foot, hitting it mid wicket for 4, slug sweeping it. As Vasu just said, we want to wish all the Muslim community, brothers and sisters, a happy Eid Mubarak. It's a their festival.
At this rate, Amir Django might catch up to Jason Mohammed. He's on 116 and Mohammed is on 142. Shamar Brooks is persisting with the slip in play. He himself is at slip with Romario Graves turning that ball away from Django. It's now cost them 17 runs, that drop catch. He himself, Shamar Brooks, putting down Django when he was on 99. And the end of the over, 324 for 3. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
.324 for 3 in the 72 over just completed. Romario Graves 22 overs, none for 85. Seeing Mutara coming from the first time now, coming from the Sports Physical and Education Center, replacing Yannick Otley. Red Force striking at 4.44 per over. Looking at another 17 overs for the day's play. And the first ball, Jason Mohammed sweeps him, and that's going to run to the boundary. Just pitching the leg stump, and Jason just paddle sweeping it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. .328 for 3. Jason Mohammed goes to 146. Tara bowling leg spin to the right hander. One man mid wicket. Short mid on and long off, long on. Cover, extra cover, cover point, deep cover, and a slip. McCarthy running around and feeling. Bitch again short outside the off. Somebody cut it straight to cover, deep cover, no run. This one, Jason Mohammed just coming down, hitting the long on. Long off, sorry, for a single. It brings Amir Django into strike. This field placing looks short extra cover and a deep cover point alone on the offside. And Django comes down, hits his ball hard over long off for 6. Just came down the pitch of the delivery and hit it for 6. Long on. .335 for 3. Amir Django on 122. That's another 6 again. Short. Amir Django just laid back and hit it straight to mid wicket for 6. .341 for 3. Amir Django goes to 128 from Mutara finishes 10th over none for 52. We've seen Yannick Otley from the northern end. See the shadows starting to lengthen now and get a little darker. .16 overs left for the display. I really can't see 16 overs bowling today. .341 for 3 after 74 overs. Yannick Otley from the northern now short. Jason Mohammed just cutting the backward point, no runs. Cover point, cover, short extra cover, deep cover, slip, long off, long on, deep backward square. Jason Mohammed just coming forward and playing this delivery. Yannick Otley in his 10th over, none for 42. And Jason Mohammed driving through the covers, pick the gap. Long off will go run around, pick it up. And they complete two runs. Jason Mohammed goes 149 from 217 deliveries. 243 for 3. TNT were at first in command of this game on the first day versus CCC at the University of the West Indies. Quicker delivery, Jason Mohammed just covering up. And that's 150 for Jason. Well played. Magnificent knock from Jason Mohammed at the UV spec here. 150 from 210 deliveries. 219 deliveries, sorry. It's a commanding knock here for the Red Force team here today from Jason Mohammed and Amir Django. Amir Django goes on to 128 from 142 deliveries. Yeah, Amir Django reverse sweep. The highest score on the tournament is 165. Seen Lyndon Simmons in the camp. See him with Riyad Emirates chatting. Matara from the southern end. Jason just stroking it to middle on there for a single. Crescent of 151. As I just mentioned, the highest score individual is 165. Not out. Kevin Sinclair from Guyana. Django just coming on his back foot and stroking it along off for another single. Jason turned this one backward square. There's a long chase for the deep backward square. He's going to cut it off. And they're going to pick up 2 easy runs. Carry Jason Mohammed 153. Amir Django on 129. 348 for 3. Mutara in his 11th over, none for 56. Short, pulling it down to mid wicket. They'll only pick up a single. Django coming down the wicket and just playing it defensively. 349 for 3 after 76 overs. Mutara 11 overs, none for 57. Amir Django on 129. Jason Mohammed on 154 from 220 deliveries. 14 overs left in the day's play. Seeing a student doing some training with the basketball. See Yannick Utley from the northern end. Jason cutting it a deep cover for another single. That brings up Trinidad 350. Jason Mohammed, highest first class 100 is highest first class score 220. Yannick Utley in his 11th over, none for 46. Pushing this deep to long off for a single. Yannick Utley following through, dived at the ball, didn't retrieve it. CCC bowlers, all of them went for over 4 runs over in today's play. .351 for 3. Again, Jason Mohammed just turning this one backward square. The backward square runs in and pick it up. They got a single. .352 for 3. We're in the 77th over of the day. The Amir Django turning this on the short mid wicket and getting another single. That brings to the end of Yannick Utley over. .353 for 3. Goodrich 3 for 37. Blaze none for 35. Yannick Utley 11 overs, none for 49. CCC winning the toss and sending the reinforcer to bat today. Maybe thinking it's a bad decision. But they got 2 early wickets this morning and 1 after lunch in the very first delivery. .353 for 3. We're in the 78th over of the day. Matara is in. Django coming down and taking it on the high up on the tie pad. I know Django's a left-hand batsman. He's in gear here. I would have loved to see Matara go around the wicket to him. Just change the angle to him instead of just coming down and playing that shot mid-wicket and wide of mid-wicket. He's already went to 2-6 in that area. Now they're moving the short mid-wicket to a deep mid-wicket. And a 3-man on the leg side now. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, deep wide mid-wicket. And he bowls this one wide outside the off stump. And Amir Django just hits it for 4. .357 for 3. Amir Django goes on to 135. Matara short. Django on his back foot and hitting a deep cover for a single. Matara in his 12th over of the day, none for 62. 358 for 3. Jason Morgan just coming on his back foot, hitting it long on for an easy single again. I think at this stage of the game now, CCC were just waiting for the close of play. They are on their back since after lunch. Amir Django hits this one. It's another that's going to go over the boundary. Flighted leg break. Django just coming down and hitting it hard through mid wicket in the air for 6. It's another big 6 by Amir Django. .365 for 3. Amir Django goes to 142. Jason Mohammed is on 157. Mutara now in his 12th over, none for 69 with 1 delivery left. 365 for 3 at a we're in the 78th over of the day. Ian Short, he's on his back foot, working it through the cover area. They're going to pick up 2. Throw came coming in the first flip. Brooks backing up. Blaze 10 overs, none for 35. Goodrich 13 overs, 3 for 37. Greaves 22 overs, none for 85. Mutara 12 overs, none for 71. 367 for 3 in this after 78 overs, and a strike rate of 4.71. Healthy strike rate in this game. And that's the fall of Jason Mohammed's wicket. Caught that first slip of the bowler from Yannick Otley. Trinidad lose their 4th wicket and the closing session of the day's play for 157. Jason Mohammed just coming forward and taking the outside edge. Shamar Brooks taking a very easy catch at first slip. And that's Yannick Otley's first wicket for the day. And Trinidad has sent in at 367.4. They have sent in a night watchman, Anderson Phillip. See my commentator friend Vaso packing up. We're actually ready to leave. So here, Anderson Phillip, night watchman for Trinidad and Tobago, has a half century at this level. I don't think Trinidad need him right now for that. They need him to keep Django off strike and remain there.
You're fooling the people, Deo. I would never go anywhere with Amir Django eyeing up a 150 here.
By chance, did you win Fatima College?
I did,
All right,
actually.
I had a feeling so. The way you talked about the college about 4 times for the day.
Yeah. Well, it is the college of the greatest batter to ever play the game in one Brian Charles Lara. I'm nowhere close to that caliber. And then again, few are.
The Anderson leaving alone outside here or some.
Yeah, Karen Pollard didn't go Fatima, but his son Kaiden presently plays for Fatima College First 11 team. Still very young is a Kaiden Pollard. Amir Django is a former Fatima College boy. Akil Hussain, who we just saw in the dugout, is also a Fatima College boy. The brother of our cameraman is the present star all-rounder for Fatima.
All right.
Zachary Siwa. One of our world champion runners is from Fatima College, or Atto Bolden.
That's why I need a pen and paper here, boy.
Our Olympic medalist swimmer is also an old Fatima boy.
That brings Otley, end of Otley's over.
Wicket maiden here, and getting the prized wicket of Jason Mohammed for 157 from 228 deliveries. And Jason Mohammed batted the better part of the day because he came in at the fall of the Jet Gooley wicket, which was within the first hour of play this morning. So from about 11 a.m. in and around that time period to well after 5 p.m. And he's batted the better part of 6 hours.
Batted magnificently today for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And Amir Django is pushing on past 4 hours at the crease. And again, the red ball format, sometimes we look at overs and so on and strike rates, but sometimes the time they spend at the crease is ever
Very
so important. The cry is only one.
And a healthy strike rate of 4.65.
Yeah, that run rate has been consistently. It has not dropped below 3.5 for the day. And
the majority of the day was over 4.
We've spoken about the comparisons and looking ahead, this tournament preparing players for the next level, which is Test match cricket. And presently, the world game, the average is 3.5 to 4 and over in international Test cricket. Of course, we have baseball to thank for a great part of that. I, for one, love baseball. I like Brendan McCullum.
Yes, he's a very positive batsman. When he became a coach too, he turned England into that same way too. When he was at the Trinidad Red Force too, that in the CPL, he had them in the same way too, you know.
Yeah.
And that is aggressive cricket.
Yeah, and players like Baz McCullum, they only knew one way, which was fearlessness. Andre Russell is like that. He's fearless all the time.
But when you want to play that type of cricket, you have to have the team for it. You can't have one and two batsmen alone, you know. And England have the players for that.
Yeah, they
Australia.
do. Looking to go over the top is Anderson Phillip. Sent in as a night watchman, as Dio just mentioned. He does have a first-class half century. And I think he has a couple of half centuries at club level as well.
I think he got 37 against Barbados in the last game. Or 27.
So the batting bonus points racking up here for the Red Force. They are now 368 for 4. And 10 and a half overs, or 10 overs and a delivery. Still in the allotment of 90 for the day. We'll probably get through about at least 3/4 of those 10 overs. Andersonville rocked on the pad, loud appeal. Umpire Rajkumar just shakes the head. And Motara,
Probably a little high.
I think the spin was also carrying it back outside the off stump. So 80 overs down, 10 to go in the day. And this, the appeal, flat, quick, and no. I think umpire Rajkumar missed one there. But our camera is at an angle, and umpire
I think that
Rajkumar
ball
is
hit in middle stump.
well, again, our camera is at an angle, right? And umpire Rajkumar is in the best position. So he probably was seeing the ball turning and estimated that it was going to turn past the off stump. And you can't fault the umpire for that call.
That wicket of Jason Mommy, you see an extra bounce on the CCC fellas.
Yeah, even the spinners, they're getting the ball to grip, and they're ripping these deliveries. Django continues to look comfortable. 150 for him seems a great possibility.
And it's been leaving this one outside the off stump. Amir Django goes under 146, 369 for 4. We're in the 81st over of the day. Anderson Phillip correctly forward defensive, bat and pat together. I remember at the Exchange Cricket Club, he was a number 4 batsman for them.
Spinning past the outside edge of Anderson Phillip. And we were talking about the wicket keeping on the day. He's dropped a couple today.
But one was a little difficult down the leg side.
Yeah, the other one was the Keon Otley, the under edge, which was difficult as well. That one was the only one that he's dropped for the day that hasn't come off the edge. Bit of excitement in the field, and also next to us, our producer fancies himself as a spin bowler, the likes of Shane Warne and Murlitaran.
We have a big top spinner in the house here, boy.
At the end of another over, 369 for 4.
But the light has brightened up a bit in the last 10 minutes.
So Anderson Phillip has faced 15 deliveries. He's yet to get off the mark.
I think that's his job here.
I think if it's in his arc, he's going to go after it, though. Django cuts and cuts well, but only to the fielder.
The night watchman duty. The night watchman duty is a shade a man on 145.
Yeah, well, that's why for the better part of the last 3 overs since he's come to the crease, every time Django takes a single at the beginning of the over, and Anderson Phillip just sees out the balance of the over.
Well, that's his job.
There you go. Just seeing out the over. Do you believe in the night watchman concept? You mentioned earlier in the day, Steve Waugh, speaking about never using the night
He said he has
watchman.
stopped it because he what he said is that Adam Gilchrist will bat number 8. But he said he was fortunate to have a team with don't need a night watchman.
Do you believe in it?
Yes. But as I said, modern day cricket now, people kind of fading away from that.
Yeah, then when you think about it, down the leg side, spinning, hitting the pad, loud appeal from all the way across in square leg.
But I really think with 11, 10 overs to go, I can't see this any night watchman.
I mean, in the modern game, when you think of teams that have, you can think about the present West Indies Test team. Technically, we do have batting all the way down to 11. Having seen that Shama Joseph, who batted at 11 in the Australia series, scored some runs
Batted
at
well.
11. Is the night watchman concept now outdated, considering that all teams, you look at Australia, New Zealand, India, Pakistan, all these teams, they have England, they have batting all the way down to 10 and 11 now.
No, in this game, my point is if it has 11 overs to go, you send a night watchman. If he outs in the second ball, what happens?
You're back to square one.
Is either the batsman come or you send another night watchman.
Yeah, I would have thought probably, well, he's not just protecting Django, who's on 147, but he's protecting his captain because his captain is the next one scheduled in. And again, I think that the Silver could have probably still come into bat.
Yeah, that when Anderson Phillip came in, the bat had 11 overs still to go. But it's 370 for 4. Mutara, none for 73 in 14 overs. His last couple of overs was pretty expensive.
Yeah, so if we get through these 8 overs, they will push that 400-run score. Or they can.
But Django slowed down a bit, he's playing for the evening, which any batsman will do.
Yeah, so at this rate, they'll probably end up on about 380.
385.
Yeah, but
so 8 overs to go again.
All a good day's work. Over 360 means that's well over 4 runs to the over.
Yeah.
And this is good temperament from Django as well, realizing that the close of play is just around the corner, and yes, he can go after a favorable matchup of sorts, but he's choosing just to play out to Yannick Otley.
He batted really well today. A super knock from him also.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't take away the first 17 deliveries he faced for 1 run, but if you do, his strike rate is over 100. I see that's what we've been talking about for the entire day in terms of the evolution of the game, and somebody like Amir Django gives you that cushion, so to speak, or that flexibility
You see
in the middle order.
One batsman could, absorb delivery but make up in the middle of the inning, and this is exactly what Django did. A batsman will make up once you bat long. I think Jason Mohammed with an excellent knock to hand too.
Yeah, what I mentioned this in the last session. Was when he got to that 100. What was really impressive of Jason Mohammed was how he throttled up and down and went through the gears, started watchfully, slowly, got into his innings, got the boundaries off of Primus, and then just shut off after there, throttled back around lunchtime, came in after lunch, took his time, saw what was happening, then went up a gear, got to the 100, then he throttled back again close to T, and then after T he started going again.
I think this from the umpire movement, this could be the last over of the day.
Well, 84 overs in the day isn't that bad.
because he stood at he stood at the stump till the other umpire reached to the presiding end.
Yeah, so probably just looking at the light, and it is 5:15. In fact, 5:30. It's 5:30 Eastern Caribbean time.
Mm-hmm.
Graves will return. Everybody's saying last over. Of course, the jurisdiction, the judgment call, everything rests in the hands of the
No, I
umpires.
saw the presiding umpire remain at the stump before the other umpire, the square leg came, so I don't know if I was checking the time.
It is down to umpire Raj Kumar in your frame here, and umpire Taylor, who's out at square leg, in consultation with the match referee, Mr. Proverbs. Whether or not it's the last over, it has been a very entertaining day, the first day of this round 6 encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the combined campuses and colleges.
Three runs, 71 runs, a lot of runs for a day's play.
Yeah.
Although the ground not that, when I say thing about it, is lightning fast.
Looking to slug sweep is Amir Django. A rush of blood maybe, or just seeing that his score is on 148. There is a fielder at a deeper square leg, just behind square.
Graves from the southern end.
So he's going to have to place, if he's going with that shot, he has to place it in front of square. Thinks against it on this occasion. In the air, but well in front of square. The fielder backward of square goes around, and 150 to Amir Django.
Magnificent luck from Mr. Young Django here. Batted really well today. Excel after he got his first 50. 115, 162 deliveries. Graves in his 23rd over, none for 87. Driving this one to long off for easy single. See now, leg slipper, forward short leg, silly point, short mid wicket for Anderson Phillips. Could well tell you this is the last over of the day.
Yeah, I've heard you guys say that for about the last 3 or 4 overs. I tell you something though, if we could play till 10 o'clock, I don't mind, considering looking at how Amir Django is playing. Struck on the pad. Umpire Raj Kumar is not impressed.
And that's the day's play.
Yeah, so definitely a good call by umpire Raj Kumar, and that appeal will be the last action of day 1. A spinning ball, yeah, it just seemed to be spinning past the leg stump. And of course the movement of the wicketkeeper telling you that it was going to go down the leg side. So good on umpire Raj Kumar. Good on umpire Taylor as he walks to the northern end there just to pick up the bowler's mark. And the fielders and the batters leaving the field with Amir Django not out on 151 following a magnificent 157 from Jason Mohammed and a well-played 47 from Keon Otley. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Night Watchman Anderson Phillip not out on naught from the 25 deliveries he's faced. And 374 for 4, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the end of day 1 in this 6th round encounter from the Sir Frank Worrell Field at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus. Deo, your thoughts on the day? What impressed you and what are you looking forward to tomorrow? What have you seen? What corrections can be made? What can be done better?
I think CC started off well, and the first over picked up 2 wickets. Trinidad fought back well. I think CCC lacked a bit of defensive field placing and to stop some of the flow of the run when you can't get any wickets. But I must give credit to Amir Django and Jason Mohammed. They batted well, and they have put Trinidad and Tobago Red Force into a very commanding position. I think tomorrow, another hour and a half batting should carry Red Force over 450 and maybe look to bat once.
Yeah, of course. So with the Red Force batting, there's still the captain Joshua Da Silva to come. There's still a carry pair, the all-rounder Terence Hines. So still some batting to go. And just to bring you up to date on some of the other matches happening around the Cricket West Indies Championships before we leave you for the day. So this encounter, combined campuses and colleges won the toss this morning, decided to take the field first. Trinidad and Tobago lost 2 early wickets, and then they were off and running on the back of Keon Otley and Jason Mohammed. Then the 3rd wicket going down in Keon Otley just after lunch, and then that 4th wicket late in the day. Jason Mohammed for 157. Amir Django, as we mentioned, not out on 151. 374 for 4. In the encounter in Port of Spain, Trinidad, the Barbados Pride have finished the first day on 248 for 3 with a well-played 100 from Zachary McCaskey. In the game at Coolidge in Antigua, the Academy have bowled out the Windward Islands Volcanoes earlier in the day for 162. They are now batting 99 for 5 towards the end of play in that one. So the Academy as well is struggling with the bat. And then across in Jamaica, Kensington, in Sabina Park in Kensington, Jamaica, the Guyana Harpy Eagles nearing the close of play, 242 for 7. Of course, in Jamaica, they still have just about an hour's play again, and they have just about 14 overs to go in the day's play. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles doing well to get back after struggling at 100 odd for 5. So that brings a roundup of the matches in round 6 of the CWI Championship. On behalf of Mr. Dial, our producer Visham, and cameraman Kevin, we bid you adieu from the Sports and Physical Education Center in UE St. Augustine. Until tomorrow, it will be day 2 action, round 6, CWI Championship, TNT Red Force versus the combined campuses and colleges.